Herzlich willkommen im Literatur.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Literaturhaus Leipzig. My name is Katharina Berg and I welcome you very warmly also on behalf of my colleague Katarina Stecievich and on behalf of the project group Central Eastern and Southeastern Europe of the Federal Agency for Civic Education. I'm also happy to welcome our guests and moderators. Some of them needed about 20 hours to get to Leipzig from Ukraine and other places far away. Under the title of Women and War, and as part of the Metamorphoses series of events, we are devoting ourselves today in Leipzig and as part of the Leipzig Book Fair 2023 to women at war and between the fronts, women who have to live in war, carry it with them for years and pass it on to their daughters and granddaughters in a literary exchange between the events of the past wars in Yugoslavia and the current war against Ukraine. We explore the question of how traumatic war events are archived, remembered, narrated, visualized, sung, and perceived by women. A year ago, on March 18th, 2022, we were guests here at the Literaturhaus Leipzig, and the theme of our event at that time was Stories of Women. Russia's war against Ukraine began just a few weeks before, and none of us had any idea then that today, 1 year later, the war in Ukraine would still be going on and that our theme this year would be Women and War once again. At this point, I would like to mention and remind a great Yugoslav and Croatian storyteller, and because of the Yugoslav wars, an exiled author, Dubravka Ugrezic, who left us recently. In her book, The Ministry of Pain, published in 2004, we followed the fate of a young literary scholar, Tanja Lucic, who has to leave her hometown, Zagreb, because of the war in Yugoslavia. Tanja ends up in Amsterdam, and at one point describes the atmosphere in a refugee club as follows, I quote, "The men complained non-stop about the weather, fate, the war, the injustice done to them. As if life were a punishment. Everything pressed them, everything itched them, everything was too tight for them, nothing was enough for them. They were tired of everything. Unlike the men, the women were invisible. They stayed in the background, plugging holes so that life would not run away. For them, life was a daily task. The men didn't seem to have any tasks. They considered being a refugee a serious disability." Yes, even though women often remain invisible and blurred behind the heroic war, war is never just a male thing. We reflect on this today in 4 conversations and readings. The program opens with a conversation between 2 women filmmakers and war witnesses. One of them will join us online. Aida Bedic from Bosnia and Herzegovina and Irina Telchik from Ukraine. About the visual existence of war, they will talk. What do the cameras convey during the war, and what remains when the journalists in search of sensation leave the country? Lana Bastasic and Lisa Vida recall the magic voices of the dead and the invisible power of family together with all ancestors. How does a woman live with the war inside her, an emigration between the fronts in the middle of the war? Reflect. After short reception, authors and war witnesses Slavenka Drakulic and Katerina Mishenko. Finally, the reading and conversation between Ivana Saiko and Hashka Shian will take us to the world of love in the midst of war, where bitter reality and optimism meet. Close to the series, 4 moderators will guide us through 4 conversations and readings. Irina Beridze, cultural scientist and film expert; Nina Vella, Slavist, literary scholar and translator; Katharina Rabe, editor and a proven expert on the Central and Eastern European literary landscape; and finally Henrike Schmidt, Slavist, literary and cultural scholar and translator. At the end of the evening, Maja Milinovic, alias Maja Fadiolinka, also a war witness from Sarajevo, who now lives in Portugal and interweaves Fado and Zevdalinka, Portugal and Bosnia and Herzegovina, in her singing, will give the sound of longing for love. Maja Milinkovic will be musically accompanied by Adis Hatunic and Janin Zekovic. Actress Verena Knowles is responsible for the reading voice, and Lilian Astrikese and Sylvia Schreiber will be your interpreters today. And we would like to thank also our colleagues Christina Menke and Constanze Söder for organizing the event, and the Literaturhaus Leipzig, Carmen Laux and Thorsten Arendt for their excellent cooperation. So enjoy a thoughtful evening, and I would like to give the floor now to our moderator of the first session, Irina Beridze.
Ja, vielen Dank. Hört man mich? Ja, vielen Dank.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be your host today, and I'm happy to welcome Aida Begic and Irina Cilic. We see her on the screen. Let me briefly introduce the 2 filmmakers. I would like to start with Aida Begic. She is from Bosnia. She's a filmmaker. She studied direction of film and theater in Sarajevo. She finished her studies in the year 2000 in Sarajevo, and her debut film was a short film made in 2001, and it was an international success right away, including at the Film Festival of Cannes. Now, later she made a number of films like Sneg, and I hope I don't mispronounce these titles. Snow, this would be in English, in 2008, and we will talk about this film in a minute. Ordzia, made in 2012. 2004, Aida Begic, together with her colleagues Eloma Tatararic, founded the Mama Film Production Company. Right now, she's also teaching direction at the Academy of Performing Arts of Sarajevo. And let me tell you right now already that in her films, Aida Begic often uses a lot of subtlety, but also a lot of poetry, so to speak, in a very poetic approach. She explores destinies, fates, and situations, and women are often the main protagonists in her work. Let me now also introduce Irina Cilic. She's from Ukraine. She is a writer, a poet, and a filmmaker. She studied at the Karapenko-Kari University for Film, Television, and Theater in 2005, in Kiev in 2017, together with her colleagues Alina Holova and others. She presented the film project Invisible Battalion, and we will talk about this project in a minute. And her first long documentary film, The Earth as Blue as an Orange, was made in 2020. I think it was screened for the first time at the Berlinale in Berlin, if I'm not mistaken. And this film was quickly known also on the international stage. It was shown at the Sundance Film Festival. It received the Directing Award for documentary films. And the exciting bit is that Irina Cilic also gave her debut as the director of a feature film, a Ukrainian film with the title Ja, Ukrainik. And the film had its European premiere at the Film Festival of Warsaw. It's maybe also important to note that the screenplay she wrote together with her husband, Alcin Chef. He's a writer too, and she's also a writer, as I said, and she also publishes poetry, prose, essays. Some of them have been also translated into German and published by German media's diaries and essays about the war in Ukraine. That's maybe all I should say in order to get you into the debate. And I would like to start with my first question for Aida Begic. But before I ask the question, I've brought a small excerpt from her film, Snow. You see the first scenes of the film, and I will come back to this film with my question later.
Zunächst.
In your film Snow of 2008, you shift the action from a village called Slovno in 1997, right after the Bosnia War and the horrible events of Srebrenica. And we see a village full of women and girls in the film. The men died in the war, and the trauma pervades all generations, grandmothers, mothers, daughters. And the hard work and also religion seem to determine the everyday life of the protagonists and also help them cope with the pain and the suffering. So this community of women, which is also practicing a lot of solidarity. How would you describe this community and what do they represent?
Good afternoon, everybody. So nice to see you. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. Basically, this film was made in times when we all in Bosnia somehow had much more optimism than we have today. So when I think about it or see it now, I'm thinking like, oh, how nice period. Because, you know, this war and after war dynamics has its own like logic and structure. And, you know, during the war, watching Irina's films, I noticed how many common things we are with our war. Starting from the fact that we did arts in order to feel like human and to keep our dignity. So I became student of directing during the siege of Sarajevo, just like her character in documentary. And so many things like women in the army and so on and so on. And there is this certain feeling that you have during the war because you feel that you are on the right side and somehow you have this strength to go on. After the war, you know, still things feel like there is a bright future in front of you. So Snow is about the village where only women survived. And of course, they are very sad because they are alone. They are trying to cope with their past and with the present. They are stuck in a way. They cannot continue because they didn't find the bodies of their beloved ones. But still they believe that they can start an agriculture, they can start like healthy food programs and that they can feed half of Bosnia. So that's what we call the Bosnian dream. So this is the thing that this solidarity that you mentioned is something that move them on. And this aspect is something that you, in time of these transition times through years that we are living now, you lose this kind of enthusiasm. So, yeah, this community, basically what made me make a movie about this is the fact that, however, women went through horror during the war, starting from losing their family members, being raped and expelled from their homes, they still had this strength to make the first like democratic protests. You know, first democratic like events we had were organized by mothers and women who lost their beloved ones and who were protesting with their names written on the pillows, asking for the justice and so on and so on. It was peaceful and it was beautiful and it was very strong picture. So I decided really to dedicate this movie to them. I think that strength is something that still you can feel in Bosnia. Among many bad things, those are still good things that you can notice here.
Vielen Dank. Das ist, glaube ich, eine gute Überleitung jetzt.
Thank you. Now this gets me to my second question. Irina Zilic, I would like to briefly comment on your documentary. The document you made with Janina Holova and others. You portray Ukrainian women who, after the revolution of the Maidan and the war in Donbass in 2014, joined the Ukrainian army in different positions, some as nurses, others as snipers, others as soldiers at the front. But for a long time, as the title insinuates, they were invisible because according to the Ukrainian law, they did not have an official status in the army. So this was a long struggle for visibility. And I know that the film was made in this context or with this respect in mind. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about the context in which the film was made, also with respect to the project Invisible Battalion, because until today we are waiting for a change of law and the group supports the change of law.
Hi, first of all, I want to say that I'm not interested only in observing women because I'm interested in different kind of stories about women and men and children. And but I am the woman, I have female perspective, and as a modern Ukrainian woman, as a wife of a soldier, as a mother of a teenager, as a granddaughter of those who suffered in other wars and also Stalinist prisoners' camps, I have my own perspective to look at the things which I see around me. And I guess that such catastrophes as big war somehow expose the vulnerability of those who are less protected, and in many situations women are more vulnerable. At the same time, there is no black and white because sometimes we Ukrainian women, unlike our men, feel that we are even more privileged. For example, at the moment we are not obliged to serve in the army, and we can freely leave the country. And for example, my husband, who is the writer and who is the author of more than 10 novels, but he is the soldier now, and that was his choice, but at the same time he was called by the country to serve and to do his duty. So I feel kind of guilt towards him. But what I like to say that there are many situations, many aspects that help me to understand that women are less protected. And for example, this project Invisible Battalion, in 2017, I met a very special person, Maria Berlinska. She is famous Ukrainian activist, and she's one of key figures in air reconnaissance. So at that times, she was doing the sociological survey, which was called Invisible Battalion, about women's participation in this Russia's war against Ukraine. And then she found money to make a film as well. And we decided to highlight some stories of some women who are fighting. And I did 2 short films. One of them was about Yulia Payevska with the nickname Tyra. She's quite famous Ukrainian combat paramedic, and in 2017 she was working and saving lives at the front line near Bakhmut and Svitlodarsk, and I was observing her doing that. That was quite a challenging and cool experience for me. And by the way, talking about her destiny after the film, last year she was saving people in Mariupol in March, and she was captured by Russians. She spent 3 months in captivity, and then she was liberated. And at the moment, she shares some things, some aspects of this experience, and it seems like it was really traumatic and really terrible. And as to another story, that was a vivid example of how women's rights were violated in the Ukrainian armed forces at the beginning of this war, because in 2014 our army was completely different. It had such a visible burden of this post-Soviet heritage of all this rotten system. And women were really invisible because they didn't have a right to be officially registered in the army. And my another character, Andriana Susak, with the nickname Kid, she joined army voluntarily in 2014, and she was a stormtrooper. So she did really dangerous tasks on the equal footing with men in her unit, and she was liberating some cities. And at the same time, she was enlisted in the army as a seamstress, because we didn't have possibility in our army to register those women. And I need to say that I was really happy and proud that this project, Invisible Battalion, it helped to highlight this problem. That was a huge discussion in the society, and the list of positions which are available for women in the army was expanded in 2017. So that was kind of a victory for us.
Vielen Dank. Ich hatte einen Auszug auch über
I've also brought an excerpt of Tyra, and maybe we can see this film now. In a minute. In 2018, the law was changed, right? And women had officially the status as a soldier, right? They could be listed or registered, not only as nurses, but also as soldiers.
More than 60,000 women in the Ukrainian armed forces. So as to my opinion, I see that the Ukrainian army is really evolving over the years, but we still have some problems and we still have many things to change, to do. For example, there is a big topic about sexual violence and harassment in the army, and it is not limited to women only, but mostly women suffer. But that is a big discussion, and maybe next time we can talk about this as well.
Wenn wir so weit sind, oder? Okay, dann kann ich noch mal. Ja, ja. Okay, dann machen wir mit einer anderen Frage und dann.
Right, we will see this excerpt from the film later. It can't be found right now, but I will ask another question for the time being. Ida Begic, the next question is for you. In your later film, The Children of Sarajevo, we are no longer looking at the periphery, but at a big city. A young woman, Nima, takes care of her younger brother, Nadim. The Children of Sarajevo is the title, but it could also be called The Children of War, which would be an indirect quote from the film. Because Nahima says something like this about herself, because she grew up in a war. Now, she is haunted by her memories of the war. And I think it's really exciting to see these sequences, these retrospections, and you have a lot of documentary stuff of material you use in the film. So how come that you found this particular form, a feature film, including documentary elements, whenever it comes to memory and the traumatic experiences of the past, you have the documentary material? How come?
Oh, well, even though Children of Sarajevo is taking place in after-war Sarajevo, it also tells a story about remembrance, about trauma, about a war that never goes away, basically. And one of the reasons why I use these incredible documentary images is to show how it looks like to be a child during the war, during such radical circumstances. And the thing is that when you're a child in a wartime, you still live your childhood. I mean, even though the circumstances are not normal, you don't have toys to play, but you can play with mud, you can play with, things that you can find around. And there is this shot of kids playing in tranchées, that of soldiers, that's their playground. So the thing is that my main character, she was a kid, but she had her childhood during the war, even though this childhood wasn't normal. On the other hand, she cannot, because she lost her parents during the war, she cannot take this trauma out of her head. And the way how I try to portray the fact of the presence of war is with sound. So all the time during the movie, the picture is quite, let's say, it's not wide, but the sound picture is very wide, and it reminds you on a sound of grenades, the sound of bullets, the sound of war. And this is how I try to create this atmosphere that war is always with her. War is always with my main character. And that's what we all live true. I was a teenage girl during the war, but this post-traumatic syndrome is something that is even growing in time. That's also something that is very strange. You think that after 10, 15, 20 years, it's going to be less, but basically it can activate in maybe the highest level 20 years after those traumatic events. So for Rahima, for sure, for my main character, the war never stopped, and it will unfortunately never stop. And that's what we will all live, it will be with us until we die, unfortunately. Yeah. And that's what I try to portray in this brother and sister story.
Vielleicht können wir jetzt auch diesen Auszug.
Now, maybe we could see a bit of the children of Sarajevo, the documentary excerpts.
Gdje su mi stvari?
Ko ti je dao?
Vrati mi stvari.
Of course, there are many key moments in the film, but there is one dialogue I remember in particular. Nadima talks to a neighbor who's older, and she says, you have to fight on, and the struggle will continue. You can never relax. And that's what I also see in the context of solidarity and the mutual support. Am I right to see this? I mean, how does the female solidarity work in the film Children of Sarajevo?
Well, yeah, Rahima is basically alone, and the only people that she really feels she can trust are one of her friends and one of the neighbors, and she feels more comfortable, in this kind of surrounding. And that's, I recently I was participating in one panel discussion where there were women who were soldiers in Bosnia, in Sarajevo, participating as well. And it's really interesting to see these women organizations, how they function even 20 and more years after the war, how they really stick together, how they find the strength relying on each other. Because at the end of the day, as you mentioned also, those rights of women in the army and during the war, after the war, they can understand each other. They can only together fight for a better position, for change of laws. What was really interesting is that there was one main colleague who approached them asking to make a movie about their organization and this war time and so on. And they said, no, we want a woman to direct this movie. So this was really, I think, for me, very interesting how those women who were soldiers during the war feel that, and they picked up me to do this kind of story, but this kind of solidarity is something that lasts not only during the wartime, but also after the war. So this aspect in films, Children of Sarajevo, is also shown through this like intimate discussions about some personal decisions that my main character is have made. You know, she's sharing it with her best friend, and I think those moments are really nice in that sense of solidarity that you mentioned.
Yeah. Irina, die nächste Frage ich habe einen Dokumentarfilm gesehen
I saw a documentary film. Irina, the next question is for you. I saw a documentary film last week where you changed the role. I mean, you are now the protagonist of a documentary film. The film shows 4 women, Ukrainian women, from the world of culture who reflect upon the beginning of the war last year. And you speak about your documentary film, The Earth is Blue as an Orange. And the documentary shows a single mother in Donbass, near the front. So it's a film in a film, so to speak, because the family is also shooting a film all the time, or making a film all the time. And you say in this documentary film that you've made a film about a family at the front, but these women are no victims. It's not a victim story. Maybe you could ponder on this particular idea once again. How do you see these women who live close to the war and who have to survive near the battlefield? And how did you experience these people?
That's true, they are not victims, and most of us, we are not victims, I believe that, but in fact we are all different. I mean, all women I know, all women around me, and we have so different experiences, so it's, all these experiences are lying on different shelves. For example, some of women I know, some of my closest friends are fighting at the frontline zone. Some other women and men helping them to fight, providing them with weapons, and I don't know, they are combat medics, etc. They are volunteers. Some other women try to do something at the informational and cultural field, and I try to convince myself, because I'm the one of those women who try to use this soft power and the language of cultural diplomacy, that it also matters, because I still believe that storytelling in the times of war also has its role, because we help to highlight those who are invisible for other people in the world. And that was actually a great chance to make this film, The Earth is Blue as an Orange, because I met this family and they are quite unique as to my point of view. This family used to live in the red zone in Donetsk region, single mother and 4 kids. But they are just incredible. They are full of life. All these children, they played different music instruments. They had some activities. For example, 2 of them, they took part in cinema camp for children, and then they brought this passion to their family, and the whole family became some kind of a film production. They started to make short films about themselves. And I was observing them, but in fact that was my selfish goal, to find the answer for the question, what can we do in the times of war using the instruments of art? And I believe that telling stories is also the way to be active, because these people, they are not only silent victims. They are telling the stories about themselves to the world. They represent their perspective on everything that happened to them. And at the end of the day, there is also the tool of some therapy, because when we are looking back, when we try to make some distance between traumatic experience and ourselves, it really helps. So, yeah, but I'm still trying to find the answer for this. I mean, I don't really think that there are some simple answers for those questions.
Ja, vielen Dank. Vielleicht können wir jetzt auch.
Well, maybe in order to get a better idea, we should see a bit of this film.
Ausgewählt, weil
I picked this part of the film because it shows different things. On the one hand, it's the idea of having a film in a film while you are following the family with your camera in order to show their lives. They are filming their own life. And the wonderful scene when they talk about the form and the development of their project shows the second level or tier. But I also wanted to come back to the basement, this space which becomes a location in the film, but also offers protection. It's a space which is full of memories and traumas too, because of the bombardment of the city where they live. So what do you think about the double perspective, the double layers, so to speak, or level, the location? I mean, the whole apartment becomes a location, a space where the action happens, and you have action and reality and fiction.
You know, as to the basement where my characters were hidden during the attacks, once I caught myself that I return again and again in my poems and films and essays to the topic of home as a hidden place, some heaven where we can hide from outside world, but in fact we lie to ourselves because it could be so easily destroyed by the shell, by rocket or drone. But you know, I personally changed my perspective, and that was also kind of a very important, crucial experience, because when I was shooting this film, that was 2017, and I had a huge empathy to my characters. But then I've been coming back to my completely peaceful Kiev, and that was like different planet. And I used to balance between these parallel dimensions, and I couldn't even imagine that one day the work will come to my city too. And I had a moment in my life that was the second day of full-scale invasion into Ukraine. And I was sitting in the corridor on the floor together with my son, and suddenly I realized that I put on the shoes of my character, because I was looking at my own child, how he was shaken because of physical fear, because we had quite a strong shelling right behind our building. And that was the important moment that changed everything, because I immediately lost all my roles of the filmmaker, of writer, observer, and I became the mother who can't protect my own child. And it actually helped me to understand many things from another perspective. And I don't mean that we as filmmakers or writers, that we need to have the same traumatic experience that our characters had, but it changes a lot. And yes, these hidden places, they don't protect us, but this strong connection with home is quite a big and important theme for me. And by the way, talking about these people, they had to flee from their hometown, from their house, because it's under the fire now. And for example, the neighboring city, Mar'yanka, which is so close to Krasnogorivka, it doesn't exist anymore. It's ruined completely. And this town, which I've shot in 2017, many locations, they don't exist as well. So yeah, that is quite a sad story.
Vielen Dank, vielleicht auch.
Well, thank you. We don't have much time left, but I would like to briefly come back to Snow, the film. And I have a question for Aida Begic. In Snow, the village is about to be sold to Serbian investors, or the land, but the women protest. The women are against it, including the hero of the film, Alma, a very powerful young woman. The land they own has a sacred meaning for Alma, because there are the graves of her ancestors and her relatives. So the question is, should there be a new beginning or not? I mean, this is, of course, mostly a question for the younger generation, but the younger generation also suffers because of the memories of the past, of a sad past. I do see this community of women also as a memory of the country, a memory of the past. what would you say?
So connected with this question of home, as Irina mentioned, and it's a big question. It's where is your home? What is home, you know? And this piece of land that people are losing their lives for, it's not just about piece of land. It's something more than that. It's an idea of your own identity, of your belonging, of some principles, you know. And after the war, unfortunately, there are different ways how you can be expelled from your home again. Because before, you know, in peacetime, there are also different mechanisms that are trying to move people to another places or to conquer some piece of land, you know, not necessarily with weapons. And in snow, after they were expelled with weapons, they are trying to expel them with money. They are trying to get rid of them buying this piece of land because they know those women are poor. They know that they cannot have a nice future in such a small place in eastern Bosnia. And unfortunately, those existential questions are sometimes making people leave their home, their land, and the place where they always will suffer, not being able to come back or not being able to belong. And this is a big question, maybe for some other discussion about identity, about living out of your homeland, you know. And we have, unfortunately, Bosnians and Ukrainians and so many other nations, so many people who are forced to leave, who were forced to leave their homes. And now we have even second, third generation of people who are raised somewhere else. And what's the question of their identity? How do they feel their home? You know, and those are big questions. And I think art and cinema can really stress out and discuss about it in a very serious and beautiful way. I will just add a little thing regarding this Irina's question about a position of art during conflict situations and how to represent and how to present. I understand completely what your dilemmas are, but I can tell you, I was during the war in Bosnia. I was somehow I had mixed feeling about those who are coming to film us, and you know. It's very strange, but I can say that art really played an important role in our war, for example. Because during, for example, Siege of Sarajevo, we showed so many different films and theater performances and concerts. And thanks to that, people could perceive us as human beings. Because through news, people cannot understand what's going on. Because when you say like 50 people got killed, it's just a number. And people cannot identify with it. They cannot have any they cannot be compassionate about it. They cannot make any connection. But when they see a movie and when they recognize those people as human beings with very specific destinies and very specific characteristics, they can identify. And I think that even in politically, it helped us for the world to understand better what's going on and to really finally help us to end this horrible, horrible war. So yes, art is necessity. It's you need it as much as you need those material things like water that we didn't have and food that we didn't have and clothes that we didn't have, but we still had a need to make art during the siege of Sarajevo because that brought us back dignity and a sense of you cannot kill my body, but you cannot kill my soul, you know, at least I will die with the dignity. And I think one of your characters in those short films is mentioning something like that. So, yeah, sorry for being a bit long with an answer.
Nein, überhaupt nicht. Ich glaube, das ist auch eine sehr...
Not at all. I think this is an excellent way to get me to my last question for Irina. The role you played last year, in particular cultural diplomacy, you just said a minute ago. I would like to come back to this particular role. I would like to briefly comment on the war and what it meant in terms of a political dimension for you as a filmmaker, a writer, an author, who also can trigger important political decisions, I'd say. I mean, all of a sudden you feel the power of talking about arms in the public, in the world, not only in Europe. What were the problems of this particular role, the role of a cultural diplomat, a filmmaker, an author from Ukraine? What can you tell us about this particular role in a war? I mean, you worked tirelessly for a year. You've used all platforms so that the Ukrainian voice can be heard by the world.
Unfortunately, I'm not that powerful to talk to high levels, you know, to those powerful people who can give us weapons and everything we need to defend ourselves. But I can do something else. I can build some connections with people from around the world. And I really believe it matters, because sometimes we feel very lonely. We feel that we have some unique experience, but at the same time, no, it's not true. For example, I'm listening to Aida, and every single word is so close to me, because I know that people from the countries who had war experiences, they know everything already. And we are so connected. I even want to share some small moment. I was watching your film, Children of Sarajevo, and then I had a moment when I heard the siren, air raid siren, and I put the film on standby because I thought that that is a siren, the real siren from behind the window, and then I realized that it was in the film. So that was such a strong rhyme between our realities. And at the same time, when I come to some other peaceful, completely peaceful countries in Europe, I know that people who live here and there, they don't understand deeply what we are facing with, but it doesn't matter that they don't support us and that they don't try to be on the same page with us. And I believe that the language of art actually helps us to build that connections, because at the end of the day, we all need to rely on very universal things. And at least I try to convince myself that it matters. I mean, all these films, all these books, in the times when my colleagues are fighting with weapons in their arms, and some of them are already being killed. But yeah, I don't want to wrap up with these pessimistic words. So thank you for inviting us. Thank you for giving us the floor, because it's important to have these dialogues at the end of the day. I believe it will change the world somehow.
Ja, vielen Dank. Es war ein sehr
Thank you very much. This is optimistic. This was an optimistic concluding remark, and that's what we need. Thank you very much, Aida Bigic. Thank you, Irina Tildik. Thank you.
Ja, schönen guten Abend.
Good evening. We are going to move on to our next topic, our next discussion. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome so many of you. More and more people have joined us. So it's wonderful to have you all here. And I'm looking forward to the talk and reading with Lana Bastasic and Lisa Vida. I'm very happy that you are with us either here in the room or online. The books of these two authors, Man in the Moon by Lana Bastasic, translated from Bosnian by Rebecca Zeitzinger, was published by S. Fischer. And Alexandra, the novel by Lisa Vida, translated from Dutch by Birgit Erdmann, was published by Kranman. These were the two books that were the most interesting and most touching, most moving books for me. Wonderful books I read recently. And here I'd like to thank the project group of Central and Eastern Europe of the Federal Agency for Civic Education. I also would like to thank the House of Books and the Literature House of Leipzig. Thanks for having introduced me to the books and to the panelists we have here. And I'd like to thank the authors. Thanks for being with us tonight. And it is wonderful to have the opportunity to talk about your books, and also we'll touch upon some other issues beyond the books. Before we actually talk about the books, let me introduce the two authors. Let me start with Lisa Vida. She was born in 1989. She's a Dutch author with Ukrainian roots. That's how I would describe it. She's a screenwriter and virtual reality director, lives in Rotterdam, in Utrecht.
One person is like, yes. Two, okay.
2016, Lisa Vida published a novel, De Benen van Petrovsky, and her first novel, Alexandra, came out in 2021. It was one of the most widely discussed novels in the Netherlands that year. For 15 weeks, it was heading the bestseller list of books, and on the first anniversary of the Russian attack on Ukraine, it was published in the German language. Lana Bastasic was born in 1986 in Zagreb as a child of Serbian parents. After the collapse of Yugoslavia, she grew up in Banja Luka, lived for many years in Barcelona, and there she co-founded a literature school, a literature institute, and she also published a literature magazine. Currently, she lives in Belgrade. At the moment, she is the DAD scholar of the residency program in Berlin. She has published essays, theater texts, Von den Hasen, Catch the Rabbit. That's her first novel. It shows a road trip through a very dark Bosnia, and it shows not only the very complicated friendship of two women, but also traces the whereabouts of a person that has disappeared. This novel was awarded many prizes and was translated already into over 20 languages. This year, Man in the Moon, a collection of essays, was published. We are going to focus on that. I have the two books here for you to see, and for the next hour, we are going to read some excerpts from the books. The two books are very different. And we've discussed it in our preliminary conversation before we started the public event. It's one of the big difficulties to have so different books, but it's a wonderful challenge at the same time. And that makes it interesting to introduce such very different books and talk about them on one and the same panel discussion. Our overarching topic tonight is women in war. And our hour of discussion is called Voice of the Dead. And I would also add Voice of the Living, because those voices can be heard either directly or indirectly in both books, in spite of the different features of the books, one can say that the wars in Southeastern Europe and in Eastern Europe, the wars of the 20th and 21st centuries, and the experience of violence are very present in those two books. And they are just much more than background noise. They show the traumatic, very painful, very complicated topics that are discussed in the novels. Oftentimes, they are female figures which are the protagonists. They have gone through an experience of war and violence, and that has repercussions on the family stories, family tragedies that we get to hear about in the two books in very different contexts and very different narration styles. And before we talk about the books, I would like to ask you one question. And I think it's a question that we are going to come back time and again during this book fair when we talk about women and war. We already heard several times today that nobody would have expected a war in Ukraine to last for more than a year. It's the largest European war ever since the Second World War, but it's not the first war ever since the Second World War. We have been observers of the wars in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we have seen the war in Chechnya, and now we have a large war of aggression in Eastern Europe. What does that mean for you? How does the current war, the current debates about the war influence the way you write? And how does it influence your self-perception?
I think about this a lot, actually. Just before my book came out in the Netherlands, it was October 2021, I pitched my next book with my publishing house. And I wanted to write, this is kind of mostly fiction. I fictionalized my family history, but all the events that happened are true, that happened in reality. And I got more and more interested. You already named Chechnya, for example. We have the stories about the Balkans. We know about South Ossetia, about Abkhazia, Transnistria. I was really interested in all these kind of shadow republics where Russia already for a very long time, I think almost we all know since the 90s, already had this imperialistic tendency. It wasn't new. And also for me, as a writer with Ukrainian family history, with family in the Donbass area, I was already researching the topic of war for, since 2013, 2012. And of course, in 2014, already for my family, the war began. And I pitched a book to my publishing house that I wanted to write about all these shadow republics where Russia kind of puts these green men and hands out Russian papers, Russian passports. And then the invasion started in February 2022. And then all of a sudden, it felt very important to write about this topic. But I wanted to do it in a different way because something very interesting happened, and it was something that I also already felt when I wrote about Ukraine and talked about Ukraine with Dutch people. Most of the time I'm in the Netherlands, of course, is that people didn't know shit. They didn't know anything. But they were explaining political situations. You're laughing, right? Yeah, it's great fun. I even talked to some Dutch Trotskyists about the war. And they told me that they were pacifists, for example, but they also wanted to hang out with the IRA. And it was completely confusing, and they all had like theoretical approaches of this war and what was happening in Ukraine and what was happening with the Donbass area. And it made me, so right now I'm changing the book. I'm writing a book right now. It's also going to be out in Germany next year, I hope, with a more West-splaining theme, and it's going to be a more critical book about Europe and the West European position. And the question is, it's going to be a more magical story, almost fairy tale-like. And the main question is going to be, what if people in the western part of Europe have to dance half an hour a day to save people somewhere else? Would they do it? And for how long? Because I think the only way we approach things in the West is very logistically. But that's not reality most of the time. And when you talk about war, the logistical part kind of falls apart immediately. So, yeah, that's what I'm thinking about right now.
Dankeschön.
Thank you.
To kind of follow up on what Lisa said, because I definitely agree. And as a Bosnian, I would have a lot to say about the Dutch. But there is this idea when you open a history book, the way wars are portrayed when they are no longer active and when they turn into stories, that they begin on a certain day and then it says it ended with a peace agreement or whatever, as if there's no before that led to it, and as if there were no consequences that would stay afterwards. And I think this is why most of us Bosnians were not that surprised when the war culminated in the Russian aggression happened on the Ukraine, because of everything that was leading up to it. It just felt kind of hypocritical to suddenly wake up and be like, oh, there's Putin, as if nothing had happened before. And also because maybe we knew that this is what happens when, sick people are in power and have too much power. And you can't really ever take peace for granted. But the bigger question is, when this war ends, and hopefully, I hope it happens sooner than later, what are the consequences going to be? Because the West is going to turn off their TVs, thinking, there it is, it's done, we can wash our hands clean. But the consequences are going to last for generations and generations. And that's something that I can relate to as somebody who was a child during a war. But this, again, it does not fit the logistical Western idea, because a war story is also a kind of narrative. And we're just used to seeing it in a certain way and being told by specific people. And so there are so many voices that are not heard talking about it, but also so many things that happen around it and afterwards that are also somehow not that interesting to the Western audience in a way. Yeah.
Vielen Dank. Ich denke,
Thank you very much. I think at the end we can come back to what you just said. And now we will move a bit closer to your novels. And we are also going to talk about women in war. Both novels are novels that do not just focus on women alone. You would not immediately say, well, these are books, these are feminist books. I wouldn't say so. But the interesting thing is that you can find feminism in that novel. And we have women in very complex roles and very complex constellations. We have competence, female competence, that try amidst war and violence to survive. They try to preserve their memories, and they try to do things in their own rights, to be self-reliant, and they still have a hope for a better life that they would like to shape for themselves. In both books, we also have people who are oppressed. Given the historical, political, and patriarchal constellations, and these women try to empower themselves. Sometimes they fail, but sometimes they persevere. And we have women who go into power positions and also become violent, become tormentors. Well, that's a very rough portrayal. In Lisa's novel, it's not so evident, but it's an attempt at describing the different roles of women that we see in the two books, maybe trying to sort of develop some stereotype to just focus on the different characters. Let me talk about Alexandra first, Lisa Wider's novel. It is a novel, it's a panorama of all the conflicts we have in Europe's history. Lisa takes us to the 20th and 21st century until the present day. It starts with the communist revolution in 1917. She talks about the collectivization, Holodomor, the Second World War, forced labor, the war in Donbass, 2014, and life amongst Russian separatists. So it's a very comprehensive family panorama. In a very fascinating, very dramatic way, it deals with the past and the present, links the different eras, and links the past in a very relevant manner with what is happening today. Probably while you were writing, you did not fully anticipate what the situation would look like after the publication of your book. But your book is never bitter. It has a lot of energy, runs through the history, has many different narratives, many different stories across the different generations. And you open sort of windows through which one can see the different life perspectives. At the center of this novel, there is Alexandra, the grandmother of the narrator, Lisa. The narrator herself also plays a very important role in that book, because she travels at the request of her grandmother to the east of Ukraine, those regions that are occupied by the Russian separatists, and she travels there to find her cousin Kolya, who cannot be found. And grandmother sends Lisa to the Donbass. That's the starting point for her to look into the history of Ukraine. Let me stop at the role of women there. How about the voice of the grandmother and the voice of the narrator? Would you say these are very strong, relevant voices of women that really carry this whole story you're telling? Are these women that have empowered themselves and have stood up against the war and the two wars in different times?
Let me think how to answer this. I think my uncle, my grandmother, Alexandra, she has 6 children, and one of the 6 is my uncle Dolph. And he's an artist, so he knows how crazy life can be. And he told me that courage skips one generation. So I guess he meant me, which is a bit weird. But my grandmother, Alexandra, she's still alive. She's 98 years old and still vacuuming and drinking wine, so she's doing great. But she actually never talked. She didn't. And she was deported to Germany in 1942, and then she fell in love with a Dutch man named Koos. They got a baby during the war still. They made a child. It's amazing. Then she went to the Netherlands with him. They got separated, and she married my grandfather. But my grandfather is a Dutchman who said we shall never talk about the Germans. We will never talk about the war, about the Second World War. The Germans are bad. That's it. And my grandmother told him otherwise. She told him that sometimes it was okay, and she was actually kind of lucky with the factory where she had to work as a zwangsarbeiterin. Not even a zwangsarbeiterin, but Ostarbeiterin, and that you had the Jews, and then you had the Ostarbeiters. These were mostly girls. 1.1 million girls were taken away by the Germans to work in Germany, and they were also called Untermensch. That was a very specific word. They were worth almost nothing. And my grandmother never really talked about it. My grandfather died. I was 17 years old. I'm trying to make this shorter because otherwise it's really long and boring. And then when I was 23 years old and I was in art school, in art academy, I did research. And I wrote, of course, it was a writing academy, but then I started to do research in image and in sound. I made a podcast series about my grandmother, and that was actually the first time that she said the word Ostarbeiterin. She's from a family where nobody talks. She has 3 sisters, and when I asked these 3 sisters, Ciucia Lida, Ciucia Clara, and Ciucia Nina, about the war, the Second World War, and how it ended, and how life was after the Second World War, they were only angry with me for asking the question. And of course, it was a Dutch question, so we are like, what was it like? We don't do this Ukrainian dance around the subject, which I'm learning now. It's difficult, it takes time. So I needed time to gain trust, and so these women weren't talking, and my grandmother just told little stories, short stories like, I was put in a train, we got bread, we got out of the train twice during the war, then we rode to Poland, then we rode to Germany. So I did a lot of research, and then I came back to her and I showed her images and told her stories that I read in other books from other women. And then she started talking and talking, and this is the way we kind of slowly slided into the topic. And when the war started in 2014, all of a sudden the rest of the family, mostly in Donbass area, started to get more silent again. The sister of my grandmother, Nina, she just really actually didn't talk anymore for a very long time. And for me as a writer, that was the point to think, okay, like you said, some stories are untold. It was really important for me to write more about it, especially also because I knew that people in the Netherlands did not know anything about this Ukrainian history and about the deportation of so many women like my grandmother. And for me, that was really the most important point, actually. And me being a woman, I don't know if it's really important for me, actually. But yeah, it just happens that, you know, I was born a woman. So, but yeah, it's more a generational thing. My mom never asked anything until I started asking questions.
Ja, danke schön. Wir werden jetzt in den Text reinhören und wir kommen.
We are now going to listen to some text, and we're going to hear about the beginning of the novel. Verena Noll is going to read. We as readers, as listeners, we are going to go together with Lisa as she starts her trip to the so-called Donetsk People's Republic. She tries to cross the border. We will see what happens. Just one more side remark. Verena Noll just told me that today it is the anniversary of the establishment of the so-called People's Republic of Luhansk. So it's not a reason for us to celebrate and commemorate, but it's a reason to think about what has happened and for how long this conflict has been going on, and for how long the Russian separatists in the Donbass have been engaged in that conflict. Now I hand over to Verena Noll.
Grenzübergang Ukraine, Volksrepublik Lugansk, August 2018. Selbst als ich am Checkpoint Alexandras Namen, ihren Vaternamen Nikolajewna und ihren Familiennamen Krasnova nenne, lassen Sie mich nicht durch. Ich nehme meinen Pass entgegen und deute auf die Brücke Richtung Lugansk. Als sie deportiert wurde, hieß die Stadt noch Vorozhilovgrad, sagte ich. Der ukrainische Soldat, der alle vor mir hat passieren lassen, schiebt sein Gewehr vom Bauch auf den Rücken und verschränkt die Arme vor der Brust. Die Brücke hängt wie ein entzwei gehackter Baumstamm im Fluss, der die separierte Republik vom ukrainischen Boden, auf dem ich stehe, trennt. Die Holzkonstruktion, die schon knapp 4 Jahre als Aufgang zur eingestürzten Brücke dient, sieht selbst von hier klapprig aus. Überall liegen Minen. Es wird in einem Fort geschossen. Nachts fallen Bomben, brummt der Soldat. Ja, das haben Sie gesagt. Wer, Sie? Meine Oma. Ihre Schwester Nina. Die wohnt hier. Kennen Sie sie? Meine Großtante und ihr Sohn in Odessa. Sie sagten, du bist verrückt. Der Soldat schüttelt den Kopf. Deine Oma schickt dich in ein Kriegsgebiet? Ist sie plemplem? Es ist wichtig. Sie hat mich darum gebeten. Das reicht mir nicht. Du hast zwar Papiere, bist aber allein. Such dir einen Helfer, jemanden, der mit dir geht. Meine Großcousinen wohnen in Lugansk. Hier, ihre Telefonnummern. Ich halte ihm mein Handy unter die Nase. Er presst die verschränkten Arme noch fester an seine Brust, wodurch das blau-gelbe Emblem auf seinem Ärmel zerknautscht. Das kann ich nicht machen. Mit sehr ernster Miene hole ich ein längliches Leinentuch aus der Tasche und zeige es dem Soldaten. Dieses Tuch ist fast 1 Jahrhundert alt. Es hat tausende Kilometer zurückgelegt. Sie dürfen ihm nicht seine letzte Reise nach Hause verwehren. Das weiße Tuch ist mit schwarzen und roten Linien bestickt, die Ränder mit blauen, roten und schwarzen Blumenmustern. Ich deute mit dem Zeigefinger auf das Tuch. Sehen Sie diese Linie hier, über der der Name Kolja steht? Die Linie, die 2015 endet? Meine Oma Plemplem hat mich gebeten, das Tuch zu seinem Grab zu bringen, um die Zeit zu flicken. Sonst ist es verloren. Der Soldat sieht zu, wie ich das Tuch zusammenfalte. Langsam. Erst einmal zur Hälfte, dann noch einmal, bis ich ein kleines Stoffquadrat in den Händen halte. Vorsichtig stecke ich es in meine Tasche. Möglichst dramatisch packe ich es langsam ein, als wäre es heilig. Das ist meine letzte Etappe. In ein paar Tagen bin ich wieder weg. Ich wühle noch einmal in meiner Tasche und hole das alte Foto von Alexandra heraus, mein Trumpf. Ich halte ihm das Foto vors Gesicht, drücke es ihm beinahe an die Nase, sodass er es einfach betrachten muss. Alexandra schaut ihn geradewegs an. Links und rechts von ihr sitzen Nusja und Dusja, ihre Cousinen, die wie sie im Krieg verschleppt wurden. Allmächtiger Gott, sagt der Soldat leise und blickt zum Himmel. Alle anderen Fotos aus ihrer Jugend sind verbrannt, sage ich. Alles weg, in Brand gesteckt, von den Deutschen. Er nimmt das Foto und hält es neben mein Gesicht, kneift ein Auge zu, betrachtet mich, dann wieder das Foto. Ich ahme Alexandras strengen Mund nach und kneife wie sie die Augen zusammen. Vielleicht hätte ich auch mein Zottelhaar flechten und mir den Zopf auf traditionelle Weise wie eine Krone um den Kopf schlingen sollen. Ihr seht euch ähnlich, nur dein Haar. Ja, ja, murmle ich. Ich reiße ihm das Foto aus der Hand und stecke es mit einer hitzigen Bewegung wieder ein. Der Höhepunkt meines kleinen Schauspiels. Hätte ich doch mehr Hitzköpfigkeit in mir. Die Hitzköpfigkeit meiner ukrainischen Tanten, die jemanden endlos anblaffen können, ohne Atem zu holen. Lassen Sie mich durch, versuche ich es wenigstens. Die alte Frau hinter mir stöhnt inständig. Sie stellt ihre Plastiktüten mit einem theatralischen Seufzer ab und fragt, wie lange meine Vorstellung noch dauert. Schluss jetzt, sagt der Soldat und schiebt mich beiseite. Raus aus der Schlange, zurück zur ukrainischen Flagge. Da drüben, hinter der Brücke, bist du trotz deiner Papiere, dem Sticktuch und dem lausigen Foto nicht sicher. Ich habe es versprochen, jammere ich. Lass mich einfach durch, dann bist du mich los. Nein, es wollen noch mehr Menschen über die Grenze. Menschen, die nach Hause müssen, die hier wohnen, sagt er laut. Die Frau nickt mürrisch. Ja, Menschen wie ich, wettert sie. Dies ist kein Ort für dich. Komm wieder, wenn der Krieg vorbei ist. Dein toter Cousin läuft schon nicht weg, da bin ich mir sicher. Hopp, geh zur Seite. Ich habe noch einen ewig langen Weg vor mir und kochen muss ich auch noch. Kann ich nicht mit Ihnen kommen? Quengle ich. Wenn wir in Lugansk sind, gehe ich auch meinen eigenen Weg, nachdem ich meine Familie angerufen habe. Und wenn du niemanden erreichst, bleibst du dann bei mir? Ich gehe abends in meinen Keller, immer noch, nach 4 Jahren. Legst du dich dann zu mir in mein schmales Bett? Soll ich dir etwa Geschichten von besseren Zeiten erzählen, bis du einschläfst? Ihre Papiere, sagt der Soldat und streckt die Hand aus. Ja, ja. Die Frau zischt mich an und hebt ihre Tüten auf den langen Tisch. Aus ihrem BH zieht sie einen ukrainischen Pass und einen der Volksrepublik Lugansk. Der Soldat blickt ihr ins Gesicht und vergleicht es mit den Fotos. Dann schaut er in eine Tüte nach der anderen, durchsucht den Inhalt. Warum waren Sie in der Ukraine? Rente, Gemüse, Brot, Strumpfhosen, neue Schlüpfer. Warum wollen Sie einreisen? Mann, du müsstest mich doch allmählich kennen. Du solltest mich über diese klapprige Brücke nach Hause tragen. Ja, auf Händen. Die blättern sonst doch den ganzen Tag nur diese federleichten Pässe durch. Ich hab es satt, so satt. Hast du es nicht satt, diesen Zirkus, dieses ganze Theater? Gute Frau, bitte, jetzt halten Sie hier alles auf. Wir machen mehr als nur die Ausweiskontrolle, das wissen Sie genau. Ja, auf dieser Seite. Sie zeigt hinter sich in Richtung Ukraine und lacht verächtlich. Was für ein Witz. Wie Sie hier die Grenzschützer spielen. In all der Zeit, die ich hier lebe, hat sich überhaupt nichts verändert. Nimm mich doch mit, unterbreche ich das Gezänk. Meine Oma ist hier aufgewachsen. In einem Dorf an der russischen Grenze ist sie geboren. Vielleicht kennen Sie sie ja. Oh, trötet die Frau. Deine Großmutter ist hier in der Gegend geboren. Na, das ändert natürlich alles. Sie steckt ihre Pässe wieder ein und zerrt die Tüten vom Tisch. Dieses verfluchte Geburtsland deiner Oma ist kein Ort für Stippvisiten. Es ist zu gefährlich. Do svidania. Sie stößt mir demonstrativ die Tüten gegen den Bauch, drängelt sich an mir vorbei und geht so würdevoll, wie sie es in ihren hellblauen Glitzer-Plastikpumps kann, am Grenzposten vorbei. Ich nehme meinen Rucksack und drehe mich um. Dann halt nicht, sage ich laut, damit der Soldat es auch hört. Ich gehe in die Ukraine zurück. Entlang der Straße leuchtet das Land golden. Das Getreide wiegt sich im Wind. In der Ferne ertönt ein Schuss. Noch 2, dann 4, immer schneller hintereinander. Die Knallerei kommt von 2 Seiten, aus Ost und West. Erschrocken schaue ich zu den Menschen in der Schlange vor dem Checkpoint zurück. Niemand scheint beunruhigt. Sie starren weiter auf ihre Handys, verlagern nur das Gewicht von einem Bein auf das andere. Das Echo der Schüsse hallt über die Felder. Während sich das Geräusch langsam verflüchtigt, hält eine Schrottkarre hinter der Warteschlange. Ein Mann steigt aus, schaut kurz auf seine Uhr und dann zu den Menschen, die sich unter dem Spanholzschutzdach drängen. Er nickt zufrieden und beugt sich zum geöffneten Fenster, um dem Fahrer noch etwas zu sagen. Dann geht er in das Kornfeld. Hey, warte mal! Der Soldat drückt einem Mädchen ihren Pass in die Hand. Er läuft zum Ende der Schlange, will nachsehen, was los ist. Alle verstummen, die Leute lassen die Handys sinken. Ihre Blicke verfolgen den Mann im Feld. Sein Körper taucht erst bis zu den Hüften, dann bis zu den Schultern und schließlich bis zum Scheitel in das Getreide ein. Wieso ist da jemand im Feld? Blafft der Soldat einen schlachsigen Jungen an, der verschreckt zusammenzuckt. Er wollte pinkeln, glaube ich. Verdammt, dieser Idiot, flucht der Soldat. Er rennt zum Rand des Feldes, wo ein schmaler Pfad entstanden ist. Als er einen Schritt auf den Boden setzen will, plärrt ein Klingelton. Warum verlässt du mich? Singt eine wollüstige Stimme. Sie übertönt alle Geräusche in der Umgebung. Jeder in der Schlange steht still, schaut. Hallo, klingt es aus dem Getreide. Die Halme bewegen sich nicht mehr, der Staub legt sich. Die schwarze Erde verhält sich ruhig, wartet auf das, was noch kommt. Ja, natürlich, logisch, sagt der Mann. Sein Kopf bewegt sich kurz. Eine Frau wendet sich vom Feld ab, schließt die Augen, als wüsste sie, was gleich passiert. Ich höre ein seltsam saugendes Geräusch. Etwas schmatzt. Dann zerfetzt ein enormer Knall beinahe mein Trommelfell. Schwarze Erde und Getreidehalme fliegen durch die Luft. Der Kopf des Mannes verwandelt sich in einer Zehntelsekunde in eine Rauchwolke. Die Menschen in der Schlange gehen gleichzeitig in die Hocke. Durch das Pfeifen in meinen Ohren habe ich die Orientierung verloren. Ich sehe das wogende Getreide und die Soldaten. Mit den Maschinengewehren am Anschlag rennen sie zur Böschung vor der Explosionsstelle. Sie sprechen laut und in kurzen Sätzen. Tot? Mausetot. Unangenehm zu dieser Tageszeit. Vollidiot, Männer, wieder so ein Vollidiot. Die kleine Truppe marschiert in das Feld, die Gewehre im Anschlag. Ein alter Mann beginnt leise zu weinen. Einer ruft, ein Krankenwagen soll kommen, woraufhin ein anderer sagt, dass ein Krankenwagen keinen Sinn mehr macht und sie besser die Gliedmaßen aufsammeln sollten. Mittlerweile telefonieren alle um mich herum. Ich mache kehrt. Ich bin verrückt, denke ich. Dann laufe ich los. Ich renne am Grenzposten vorbei und schlängle mich um die Betonblöcke Richtung Holzprovisorium und Brücke. Tu's nicht, Mädchen, ruft ein alter Mann mir nach. Deine Oma würde sich dafür schämen, wie ihr Land heute aussieht. Während der Heimatboden meiner Oma näher kommt, muss ich an den Nachmittag denken, an dem mich meine Mutter schluchzend angerufen hat und nur einen Satz sagte. Sie haben Kolja gefunden. Und an Alexandra, die das Tuch auseinanderfaltete und meinte, dass Kolja das Tuch nun am bitternötigsten von uns allen hätte und mir auftrug, eine kugelsichere Weste zu kaufen, die ich unter meinem T-Shirt tragen sollte, was ich nicht getan habe und es nun bereue, weil hinter mir ein Soldat ruft, ich solle auf der Stelle zurückkommen. Niemand holt deinen Leichnam, wenn es schief geht, schreit er.
Ja, vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much, Verena Knoll, for this reading. We have decided to read somewhat longer excerpts because these are so impressive texts. I would have had another question to Lisa, but since our time is limited, let me come back to that question later on. But now I'd like to go to a completely different text, Man in the Moon, Manimund by Lana Bastasic. A totally different text, as I said, a different context. It's a volume with 12 short stories, stories going back to childhood days and the post-war situation of post-Yugoslav society. These are childhoods that are not beautiful childhoods. War in these stories doesn't take center stage, but it comes back time and again in all the stories, either because somebody is missing, a father is missing, or another male protagonist is missing. They are stories where violence and war shine through permanently in the small family situations and structures. In particularly, these stories are about children that have experienced sexual abuse, physical abuse, their desires, their perceptions are mostly ignored by the world of adults and are not taken seriously, these children and their desires. Lana, when I read the stories, I noticed that in many of the stories, we feel this absence. Oftentimes, there's some character missing. Mostly these are men, but not always. Oftentimes, it's also the absence of something like hope. There's the absence of loving relationships. I also noticed that because of the absence of so many things, there is some kind of typical roles that people follow. When men are not there, oftentimes women take over the power positions of the men. They use the power. They sometimes even become tormentors. We have children who try to imitate the patterns of behavior of their parents, and they slip into these roles as they grow up. A very simple question: would you say that absence for you was important when you wrote the stories? Was that something that you felt as an imminent presence when you wrote the stories?
First of all, thank you to the translator and translators in general. Definitely. I mean, I like when there is a central important thing missing in a short story. And actually the short stories that I like reading usually have this. And a short story collection that is one of my favorites is James Joyce's Dubliners, and he was actually the one that was very good at taking the central element and taking it away. But I wasn't, to be honest, when I was writing these stories, I didn't think about it. I was just thinking about portraying all these different childhoods, because I don't think we can generalize it, and showing how it is, what it is like to be kind of a second-rate citizen, which is what being a child usually is like. Because your emotions are deemed less worthy, less important. Your thoughts, your fears, everything you go through, your experience, all of it is kind of deemed not as important and not something that should be, we should worry about. Whereas adult emotions and experiences are much more important and given much more thought to. So I wanted to show what it is like to grow up in this world where somebody else decides everything for you. And oftentimes this somebody is very flawed. So you have these flawed gods who are deciding everything. And when is this moment when these gods fall? When you decide perhaps they don't know everything. What if they're wrong? That pivotal moment when you think, what if my father is wrong? What if my mother is wrong? I don't think this is right. So I was curious to find these moments in these people's stories, because they're, when they say children's stories, they're also people. I mean, children are also people. And I didn't want them to be war stories, because I do have a problem with this mythical narrative structure of a war story, just like we have a love story, this idea of a genre almost, which kind of puts real experience into a mythical structure, into a narrative structure. And then we have the hero, and it's usually the man, and then we have, women's bodies being used by this hero, and then we have this typical, 12-step journey. And I wanted to escape that, precisely talking about what I said before, the consequences around this. When you're a child in a war, you don't go around thinking, okay, there's been a war, now there's transition, and now we have inflation, and this is what, to you it's just a normal thing. And there are so many other things that that influence, and since our topic is women and war, it's the mothers, the primary caregivers, not just because of patriarchy, but because the men are elsewhere. They don't really have time to be these perfect Montessori mothers, because they have to think like, how do I wash this diaper when there's no electricity? I cannot deal with whatever it is you're going through. There's nothing to give to the kids to keep them occupied, etc. So they kind of had to go out of their ways to raise us the best that they could, and at the same time living through times where they were slowly losing their role in the society, which they had before this war. In Yugoslavia, in socialism, where women, and this is not like a nostalgic story, but women had many more roles, active roles in society. We had the Anti-Fascist Front Association of Women, etc. In my town, we had statues of women partisans who died fighting against fascism, etc. And now we had this nationalist myth, which immediately turns women into part of the territory. So women become only bodies that are used to give birth to more Serbs, Croats, Bosniaks, etc. Women become, rape victims. Women become, something that the enemy can use in this war. So, slowly patriarchy kind of creeps in And this is what I wanted to show, that it is this, unseen kind of like radiation, something that is slowly crawling into households, into the private life, and will have consequences for generations to come. So I wanted the reader to come away with the question: what kind of people or monsters are these children going to grow into? But we don't think about it because the peace agreement has been signed. Yeah.
Ja, vielen Dank, Lana. Wir werden jetzt
Thank you very much, Lana. We are going to listen to one of the stories. Verena Knoll is going to read that story. From The Man in the Moon, the story Daddy Comes Home. And there we talk about the topic of presence. Verena Knoll was kind enough to read a shorter passage, but it will take a couple of minutes, so lean back and enjoy the reading.
Papa kommt heim. Manchmal denke ich darüber nach, aber nicht oft. Es ist besser, manche Türen geschlossen zu halten. Doch heute habe ich Zitronen gekauft. Ich dachte daran, wie perfekt sie in der Handfläche liegen, fein narbig. Dann rief mich meine Schwägerin an, um mir zu erzählen, dass mein Bruder sie geschlagen hat. Eine der Zitronen fiel auf den Gehsteig und platzte auf. Sie sind nicht so stark, wie es aussieht. Und so kehrte es zurück. Dieses schwache Prickeln, das sich über meiner linken Wange ausbreitet wie ein zerbrechlicher Fächer, nur die Idee einer Hand, die Handfläche eines Kindes, die Finger meines Bruders. Momente sind trügerisch, wenn sie sich in Erinnerungen kleiden. Mein Bruder hat mich einmal geschlagen, einmal und nie wieder. Nur war es ein Kind, das mich geschlagen hat und kein erwachsener Mann. Im Lauf der Jahre hat sich die Erinnerung an diese Ohrfeige verändert. Mancher Schmerz ist gut. Er ist da, um einen zu erinnern, dass Schmerz existiert. Ich war 10 Jahre alt und hatte den Schmerz noch nicht kennengelernt. Der Bruder hat ihn mir beigebracht. Und so beginnt es. Seine Hand und meine Wange. Hunde, die mir nachlaufen, Zehen. Du hast schiefe Zehen, wie dein Vater, wiederholte Mutter jeden Samstag, während sie uns die Nägel schnitt und Salbe auf die glühenden Mückenstiche schmierte. Die Füße sind ganz die seinen. Schau mal, das ist Vaters großer Zeh hier, sagte sie zu mir. Und ich ging stolz ins Bett und tastete unter dem Laken meine Zehen ab, noch lange nachdem mein Bruder eingeschlafen war. Ich drückte die große Zehe nieder und sah zu, wie sie blass wurde, so lange, bis mir schien, sie würde absterben und abfallen. Dann ließ ich sie wieder los und erlaubte dem Blut erneut zu fließen, genau wie bei Papa. Papa haben wir durch seine Abwesenheit kennengelernt. Wir formten seine Hände nach den Lederhandschuhen, die er hinterlassen hat. Seine Zähne nach der abgenutzten Bürste, die sich niemand aus dem Glas im Badezimmer zu entfernen traute. Seine Kraft nach den Möbeln um uns herum, dem Tisch und den Sesseln, die er selbst gezimmert hatte. Es gab einen leeren Raum, den unsere Mutter hingebungsvoll verehrte. Einen Raum, den nur Papas Hände und Worte richtig ausfüllen konnten. Unsere kleinen Füße und dummen Witze passten nicht in die feinen Zwischenräume und Ecken seiner Lehre. Eines Nachmittags im Dezember wurde uns gesagt, dass der Krieg zu Ende ist. Einfach so. Die Ankündigung von Papas Ankunft erreichte meinen Bruder und mich als Liste von Dingen, die wir um keinen Preis kaputt machen durften. Mutter drohte uns von dem Moment an, in dem sie das Haus betrat und vom Zeichentrickfilm auf den Nachrichtenkanal wechselte, wehe, wenn wir auf die Idee kämen, uns eine Hand zu verrenken, einen Zahn auszuschlagen, einen blauen Fleck zuzuziehen oder uns auf irgendeine Art und Weise zuzurichten, bevor Papa ankommt. Wir würden Neujahr zusammen feiern, sagte sie, und danach auch Weihnachten. Vielleicht könnte sie etwas Fleisch im Voraus bestellen. Wir würden wie eine richtige Familie das Brot brechen, wie es zu Weihnachten Tradition ist. So sagte sie das. Eine richtige Familie. Als ob wir 3 bis jetzt keine richtigen Menschen gewesen wären. Als ob wir die ganze Zeit über gewartet hätten, dass er, der 4., der Richtige erscheinen und uns Leben einhauchen würde. Mein Bruder entschied, seine Baseballjacke anzuziehen, die in einem holländischen Hilfspaket angekommen war. Ich zog meinen marineblauen Rock und die gestärkte weiße Bluse mit dem weißen Spitzenkragen an, der von einer Schulter zur anderen reichte. Ich war bereit und ein wenig nervös. Ich versuchte, meine Haare glatt hinters Ohr zu streichen, als es endlich an der Tür klopfte. Als erstes kam der vermischte Geruch von Schweiß und Erde herein. Der Gestank stürzte vor Papa ins Haus. Er brach auseinander und verstreute sich über unsere geschrubbte, saubere Haut und die gebügelten, nach österreichischem Weichspüler duftenden Kleider. Mein Bruder zog eine Grimasse und hielt sich die Nase zu, aber ich schaffte es, ihm die Hand vom Gesicht wegzuziehen, bevor es jemand sehen konnte. Der Vater war dünn, zierlicher als Mutter, und als er die Armeetasche auf den Boden stellte, waren die Venen an seinen Armen violett und angeschwollen, als wollte das Blut sie verlassen. Seine ganze Gestalt verschwand in Mutters fülliger Umarmung, als würde sie nach einem langen Tag am Strand die Luft aus der Matratze drücken. Er hatte einen kurzen Bart und Augen wie 2 verängstigte Tiere, die aus dunklen Höhlen starrten. Seine Hose flatterte wild in der Zugluft, die seine Ankunft verursacht hatte, als wäre gar nichts darin. »Wie groß du bist«, sagte er, als er mich sah. Ich erblickte gelbliche Flecken an seinen schiefen Zähnen. »Wie groß du nur bist«, wiederholte er dasselbe auch an meinen Bruder gerichtet. Er musste sich daran erinnert haben, dass es etwas Gutes war, das über Kinder zu sagen, dass sie groß sind. Sie sollten nicht für immer gleich groß sein. »Gib mir das, setz dich hin, ruh dich aus«, sagte die Mutter mit flötender Stimme und brachte seine Tasche in die Waschküche. »Auf dem Bett liegt saubere Kleidung, wenn du dich duschen willst«, rief sie ihm zu. Unser Vater stand für eine ganze, unerträglich langgezogene Minute an der Eingangstür, nahm den Raum in sich auf, als brauchte er Zeit, um sich zu erinnern, was für ein Verhalten an solchen Orten angemessen war. »Das Bad ist dort«, sagte mein dummer Bruder und zeigte zur weißen Tür. Vater sagte, dass er noch wisse, wo das Bad ist, und obwohl er dabei lächelte, fehlte es ihm offensichtlich an Erfahrung in der Art, wie er mit uns sprach. Es hätte uns nicht überrascht, wenn er in diesem Moment nachgefragt hätte, wie wir heißen. »Wie kannst du nur so was Dummes sagen?«, sagte ich zu meinem Bruder, als wir uns in unser Zimmer zurückgezogen hatten. »Natürlich weiß er, wo das Bad ist. Das hier ist seine Wohnung.« »Er stinkt wirklich sehr«, flüsterte mein Bruder. »Er war im Krieg«, sagte ich zu ihm.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. We still have a couple of minutes, all right? Lana, having listened, I was still very much impressed by the very dense way in which you describe things, the very special mood, the special atmosphere that builds up as you hear the words. And I noticed that nearly all the characters have no names. They are just a few people, like a neighbor who has a name, but then you just describe the father, the mother, the functions, the bad neighbor, the good aunt, the bad aunt. And all of that creates a kind of eerie situation, a kind of fairy tale-like situation. Does that mean you wanted to describe power relationships between the generations, between the sexes? Did you leave out the names to put it on a universal level?
I'm happy you asked this because, yeah, it was precisely this reason I wanted it to have a kind of fairy tale-ish, hellish fairy tale-ish, uncanny fairy tale-ish feel, but also, yeah, to show how these, in these structures, especially highly patriarchal post-war, structures, again, this myth kind of descends over everything and puts you into categories and gives you very specific roles. So I like the idea of a mother, a father, a daughter, and then there's a turtle, a dog, also animals, to give it precisely this. And also, to bring us closer to these children to whom these are, mother, father, they have this very small universe. And most of them still haven't, seen an outside social structure. To them, that's all there is. So this was precisely something I decided together with my editor. Yeah.
Vielen Dank. Wir machen noch mal einen Sprung zurück.
Let's once again go back to the Ukrainian history, to Lisa. A final question comes back to what you said in the beginning. You talked about the problems of West-splaining relating to the Netherlands. That's a totally different topic, but I'd like to come back to it anyway. You also said you are working on a new text, and you think it is absolutely necessary for you to talk about the West-splaining, all the people in the West who try to explain what's right and wrong to the Ukrainians. Oftentimes they have no idea about anything. For you as an author, you said it's important, and that gives you a motivation to focus on Ukrainian history, and you want to inform the reader about Ukraine in a better way. So is that what you consider important just as an author, or is it also a topic within your whole family that you'd like to sort of educate the ignorant outsiders having no idea, especially since we have so many debates around us? I think I'm the only person in the family that talks about it.
Blurry. I've been talking so many languages. So yeah, my family, I'm like the front woman talking about Ukraine, but to me this topic, I also made a virtual reality piece about an elderly lady, Nina, who lives in a tiny village in Ukraine, in the Donbas area, where it's already war, and then the Dutch plane, the MH17, is shot down by a Russian book, and you only follow Nina's story. And because of virtual reality, I can mix the Dutch and the Ukrainian world, because in the Netherlands, and it's the same theme, the first time Dutch people actually started to talk about this war was when this plane came down. And when my family, the same summer, visited my grandmother when she turned 90 years old, my tjotja Nina from Lugansk traveled all the way first up and then down by bus and then to Odessa, and then by plane it took days to see my grandmother because she turned 90. And when she was in the Netherlands, her house was bombed by a grenade, and a friend who was looking after the house was killed. And then I was at a party, and a girl asked me, it was hilarious, it was in Amsterdam. I don't live in Amsterdam. It's very important. If my family felt guilty for the downing of the plane. And that, to me, is the center of why I make all this work, because it's so completely stupid to ask a question like this, but that means that we have the tendency to narrow reality and to make the end of a war into one sentence, or the beginning of war, as you said. We kind of try to simplify something that is completely and utterly nuanced and complex. And I think that's why I write and why I try to bring other perspectives to a Dutch audience, because we tend in the Netherlands to write, we call it navelstaren, like you look at your own belly all the time. We tend to write navel-gazing millennial literature in the Netherlands. one guy is frowning now. But I think it's not really the time for that. Also, of course, there are great stories written by young artists in the Netherlands who do write about what it's like to be in Amsterdam and have problems. But I think it's time for something else. Ah, really? Okay. No.
Ja, ich wollte auch gerade schon klatschen, weil das ist ja so wichtig und das würde ich auch.
I really like to applaud you. And let me say that as our last sentence, our takeaway message. There's so many things we will take home from what we've heard in the discussion with the two of you. I'd like to thank you for agreeing to come here. And hopefully during our break, we will have the opportunity to keep on talking and maybe elaborating a bit more in depth what we could only touch upon briefly. Thank you very much. Thank you, Verena, for the wonderful reading, and thank you for the two interpreters. All right, thank you. It was a very emotional discussion. We can continue this discussion as we have a break and we can exchange ideas and thoughts. So let us invite all of you to a small reception. Thank you.
Danke.
Well, thank you for being back here. Thank you for joining us. The War in Me is the title of our session. Women are trying to focus on the war in Yugoslavia and what it meant for them, many years of war, ending by the siege of Sarajevo and the bombing, genocide, Srebrenica, and one of the earliest witnesses of what happened was Slavenka Drakulic, who had to leave the country together with others.
Here, do you hear us? No?
Yes, of course. I hear you. Yeah. I hear you very well.
Okay. Do you see me?
Yes.
Yeah. And there's an interpretation, so we will speak.
Yes.
Ja.
Yes.
Okay.
Everything is
works.
fine.
Fine. Ja, also es ist, Slavenka und ich kennen uns.
Slavenka and myself have met I have known each other about 30 years. And it's an honor to have her here tonight. Slavenka Drakulic was born in 1949, and she is one of the most important writers of Croatia. And she is also one of the eminent journalists who wrote from day one of the war. Then, at the time, her book was published, Dying in Croatia, Sterben in Kroatien, published by Rowohlt Aktuell, where she wrote about the very first minutes of the war. We will talk about this book in a minute. In 2005, she received the Leipzig Book Award for her book Keiner war dabei, about war crimes and tribunals. This is about The Hague. In 1999, she published a book with the title Als gäbe es mich nicht, based on conversations with Bosnian women who had fled and who had been raped, and she talked to them in Sweden. She has written many novels, and most recently she published a book, Café Europa Revisited, including her most important essays and reportages, including a text dating from 2014 about her first visit to Kiev. I'm also happy to welcome Katya Mishenko, born in 1984. Katerina Mishenko is a scholar of the German language and literature, a publisher, and an author of essays. And if you ask me, she has written the most important texts about the Maidan in 2014. Aus der Nebel des Krieges is the title of her most recent book. It's about the moment when the Ukraine war started, and I think we have to see both books next to each other. Now, let me ask Slavenka Drakulic first. How did you meet Katya and yourself, and what did you think of Kiev at the time when you saw it, post-Maidan?
Well, I didn't meet Katya, unfortunately. It would have been nice to have met her then, but I didn't have the honor and the privilege to meet Katya. But I met many other people because we have a big conference there in the spring of 2014. And it was, as you said, post-Maidan, which means that the square was not cleaned yet. It was still with all these, I don't know, what should I call it, props of the protests being there very untidy, and they were having a debate in Kiev, should maybe they keep it as it is, so that people remember some kind of reminder of, even if you want a monument, to protest, or should they clean it? Later on they clean it, but we were able to see, we were able to see the hotel. They took us to the top floor where the sniperist was. They took us to this alley where about 100 people were killed by a sniper. And so we were a little bit, I mean, we saw a little bit, but unfortunately it reminded me of something that I had seen before. It was not novelty to me. Nothing of that I had seen was new to me, and I have to say I'm terribly sorry that people have to go through this, what happened 30 years ago, and I'm terribly sorry for Katya, and especially because she's also a mother of a child, and being a mother of a child in the war is, I think, the worst possible, what should I say, the worst possible curse that you could have.
Wann habt ihr euch kennengelernt?
So, when did you learn of Slavenka, Katerina, and what does she mean for you? Well, I thought that Slavenka Drakulic was also there when we had the biennial of Kiev in 2015, but maybe I got confused. Maybe this was the conference which Timothy Snyder organized right after the Maidan in 2015.
Yes.
Yeah, and
but I do remember a conversation, and I read the book about the war crimes, the reportages from The Hague, and it was when the war already took place in Donbass. And then, at the time, I mean, the scope, the extent of crime, of violence, was what I deemed part of literature. It was something I had read about in books. It wasn't part of my everyday experience in Ukraine, apart from the fact that the people in Donbass certainly saw it different at the time. But for us in Kiev, it was different. It's a bit similar to what people maybe feel in Germany these days. So you read about wars and violence and crime, and you're shocked. And yet it's alien. And yet it's not part of your life. It's not really easy to understand. It's not part of your physical, mental constitution. Right. I thought it might be nice to hear from Slavenka's text first, because this is about the first day of war, and then I will ask you how you experienced the moment when it all started, and then we can talk about the history before, and we can also talk about the future. Because I think, Katja, you have questions for Slavenka, but I will ask Mrs. Knoll to read a bit from the book by Slavenka Drakulic, Der Krieg ist überall, War is everywhere.
24.02.2022, 9 Uhr morgens. Auch heute ist ein strahlender Frühlingstag angebrochen. Am frühen Morgen ist es noch kalt. Das Thermometer auf dem Balkon zeigt 5 Grad, aber heute wird es 16 Grad. Ich schalte das Radio ein, im 3. Programm läuft klassische Musik. Ein friedlicher Morgen. Ich koche Kaffee, dann spüle ich das Geschirr vom gestrigen Abendessen. Jedes Glas halte ich ans Licht, um sicher zu sein, dass es sauber ist. Wieder mit einer Tasse Kaffee mache ich den Computer an, lese zuerst die Nachrichten. Eine rote Überschrift springt mir in die Augen: Russland hat die Ukraine angegriffen. Dann Reaktionen, Empörung, Verurteilungen, Drohungen. Plötzlich, nur einen Tag später, innerhalb von 24 Stunden, gehört Oksanas gestriger Brief schon der fernen Vergangenheit an. Noch schlimmer, ihre Hoffnung, dass wir bald lachen und Kaffee trinken würden, klingt völlig sinnlos. Der Akt der Aggression hat sie sinnlos gemacht. Sie wird nicht nach Kiew gehen. Putin hat gerade ihr Leben verändert. Ich überlege, wie ihr heutiger Morgen aussieht, dass ihre kleinen morgendlichen Rituale völlig fraglich sind, weil von diesem Tag, von diesem wunderschönen Morgen an, sie und Millionen Menschen in Ungewissheit und Angst leben werden. Kein Tag wird für sie mehr sein wie die früheren, so wie es das auch für uns nicht war. Meine kleine Gewohnheit, mich zu vergewissern, dass die Gläser sauber sind, kommt mir wie der reine, ihnen unerreichbare Luxus vor. Das Gefühl ist mir bekannt. Krieg in der Stadt und außerhalb der Stadt ist nicht dasselbe. In der Stadt ist er fast unsichtbar. Es ist leicht, den Schein von Normalität zu erzeugen und sich etwas vorzumachen, solange die Läden geöffnet sind, die Straßenbahnen fahren und die Menschen noch ihre alltäglichen Geschäfte erledigen. Ich gehe durch die Stadt, auf dem Markt kaufe ich Salat und Orangen, stehe Schlange in der Bank. Aber plötzlich ist der Tag nicht mehr so schön. Ich kehre zu den Nachrichten zurück. Andere Nachrichten gibt es nicht an diesem Tag, an dem nach 1991 erneut ein Krieg in Europa begonnen hat. Ein Krieg, bei dem es ganz unsicher ist, in welche Richtung er gehen kann. Das Unwahrscheinliche ist doch geschehen, schreibt die New York Times im Leitartikel. Auf einer Illustration schreitet Putin durch ein mit Schnee überzuckertes Ödland. Am Himmel über ihm fliegen 2 Hubschrauber, die auf den ersten Blick wie riesige, unheilverheißende Vögel wirken. Vögel des Krieges. Freitag, den 25.02.2022, 9 Uhr morgens. Die Nachrichten über den Krieg in der Ukraine gehören seit gestern auch zu unserem und nicht nur zu Oksanas Alltag, aber vorerst nur die Nachrichten. Die Ukraine ist zu nah und Russland eine zu große Macht, als dass die Europäer diesen Krieg vernachlässigen könnten, wie sie die Kriege im ehemaligen Jugoslawien vernachlässigt haben. In ihrem Brief vom Mittwoch, von vor dem Kriegsbeginn, wie mir das jetzt lange her scheint, schreibt Oksana noch, dass sie wieder meinen Text aus dem Balkanexpress liest. Mich bedrückt der Gedanke, dass sie durchmacht, worüber ich vor genau 30 Jahren geschrieben habe. Am Anfang seid ihr verwirrt. Der Krieg ist wie ein Ungeheuer, ein mythisches Wesen, das irgendwo hinter den 7 Bergen lebt. In gewisser Weise weigert ihr euch zu glauben, dass dieses Geschöpf irgendetwas mit eurem Leben zu tun hat. Ihr versucht euch einzureden, dass alles gleich bleiben wird, dass es keinen Einfluss auf eben dieses Leben hat, obwohl ihr schon spürt, dass sein Rachen immer näher kommt. Wenn der Krieg andauert, schafft ihr euch eine parallele Wirklichkeit. Einerseits behaltet ihr neurotisch eure einstige Tagesroutine bei, indem ihr tut, als wäre alles in Ordnung und den Krieg ignoriert. Andererseits seid ihr unfähig, die tiefgreifenden Veränderungen in euch und eurem Leben zu negieren, die Veränderungen im eigenen Wertesystem, in euren Gefühlen, Reaktionen und eurem Verhalten allgemein. Soll ich Schuhe kaufen? Hat das einen Sinn? Darf ich mich verlieben? Der Krieg verändert durchweg alles, was ihr über euer Leben gedacht habt und alles, was euch jemals wichtig war. Selbst die kleinsten Kleinigkeiten haben nicht mehr das gleiche Gewicht oder die gleiche Bedeutung. Dann wird euch wirklich bewusst, dass ihr euch im Krieg befindet. Im Krieg werdet ihr euch der Welt draußen schmerzlich bewusst. Die Bestürzung geht über in Wut, dann in Resignation angesichts der Art, wie Europa diesen Krieg erlebt. Vorbei der Mythos von Europa und unserer Zugehörigkeit zu seinen Sitten und seiner Familie und sei es in der Rolle der armen Verwandten. Wir stehen allein auf einem von Blut glitschigen Boden, bis zum Hals versunken im Krieg, der wer weiß, wie lange dauern wird. Ohnmacht kriecht wie Kälte tief in meine Knochen. Ich versuche, Oksana etwas Tröstliches zu schreiben, aber die Worte lassen mich im Stich. Am meisten bedrückt mich der Satz am Ende, es kann nicht lange dauern. Weil auch ich selbst viele Male das Gleiche gedacht und gehört habe, der Krieg aber gedauert und gedauert hat. Der Lärm von der Straße, das Geräusch der Straßenbahnen, das Hupen der Autos, die Stimmen der Kinder im Hof, all das kommt mir jetzt vor wie der herrliche Klang eines friedlichen Alltags.
Katja,
I don't want to ask you how you would react, but this could have been a letter to you. And you were the same age when the war began. Slavenka was in her early 40s. You are in your late 30s. She has a daughter. You have a son. Would you remember a moment in which you thought, now it has happened and you cannot escape anymore? That's what Slavenka wrote in 1992. Well, it's exactly 30 years ago. Yeah, well, actually, it's 1991, but she wrote it in 1992. Well, of course. I remember the moment we talked to Oksana Karpovich. She told about the first day when she talked to her parents. And then all of a sudden, I understood what had affected me and what had shocked me so much, because there was shooting. Bombardments happened in very different places all over Ukraine, and it was massive. It was a multi-attack, a multiple attack, which made you think right away there is no safe place left anymore. And this was clear from the very first moment on, and that was shocking. And strategically spoken, it was excellent, so to speak. It was meant to paralyze our air defense right away, but it was also meant to shock the people because of the omnipresence of death. And then I thought, these are the first victims. I asked myself, what happens to the border police or soldiers? I mean, what happens to those who are at the border physically, or accidental victims, young people who, because of the bombing, were killed or wounded? The very first victims were what I had in mind. And I thought they die without understanding or without seeing the dimension, the extent of what is happening to us. And this is just the beginning. That's what I thought. I thought this is the beginning of something which seems to be infinite, endless. Slavenka, was it the same for you? I mean, did you also feel this totality? Or didn't you have the ideas like, now young people die and the war is everywhere?
My definition, the definition of war that I came through my experience, is that the war really starts when we no longer remember the names of victims. Because at the beginning, at the start of the war in Croatia, the media were reporting, and on the cover they would bring the pictures of a dead body of a person. At the beginning, these pictures came with the name. They were the first victims, and we remember those names. But when the victims were so many that it was not possible to remember them, then I thought this is really this feeling, what you're talking about, overwhelming feeling of war. However, I think my personal feeling, because, you know, the first reaction is disbelief. The first reaction is you don't want to believe that this is really happening. So it's a denial. But when individually, what happened to me is, I know exactly the moment, I know the day. It was on the 2nd July of 1991 when I was presenting a book in London, because of course I didn't know the war will start. So I was in London calling her, and in the afternoon, and I called her, and while she was talking to me, suddenly I hear, and she heard, and I heard in London, shooting in next door. So she said, "Mother, they're shooting here," and started to, I cannot say cry, I cannot say, there was some voice that didn't belong to her. It was such a desperation, and I felt, well, that's it. For me, this is the beginning of that war. Now, but I would like also to turn perhaps also from this overwhelming feeling to another important issue about the war, and this is how the war strips you of your individuality, how you are no longer a person, you are no longer a writer, you are no longer a taxi driver, you are reduced to the lowest common denominator, and this is the nation. So you have to decide, you have to belong, you are either for us or against us. And this is where I think we can clearly see how our individuality is a very fragile thing, and how we suddenly become nobody, become unimportant, we as individuals. So perhaps Katja can say something about that too.
Ja, es ist ein ambivalenter
Indeed, it's ambivalent. On the one hand, it was clear from the very first moment that this is going to be an intensive moment, but even before and in the media, they talked about it, about preparing or not preparing. They talked about the Americans who were pessimistic, or Germany, they sent helmets and they were optimistic, the Germans. And we talked about the black lists of activists or militants or politicians or people, members of the civil society, who were most probably killed or eliminated, the idea of infiltration camps and many more things. So many aspects were mentioned or discussed in the media. There was a major presence of all these aspects. And Putin's speech on 21st February, I listened to the speech, and the only thing I felt was hate, the hate in these words, the hate triggered by these words, and I knew right away that this is a murderous hate, and we need to be killed. That's the goal of the war. So we were reduced to victimhood. We were meant to be Ukrainians, only Ukrainians, whatever this means for the killer. You're free to define, no matter which language you speak, whether you like the Russian world or not. It does not matter at all. It's a completely different extermination logic, which is at play here. And your self-protection and your automatic answer to this situation is to become the agent of the nation. You turn yourself into an agent of the nation because you don't want to be a victim and you want to offer resistance, but at the same time you are being hated. You are the one who is to be killed. And that's also the ultimate description, so to speak, which applies to you, and you can't get out of it. So you are in a major danger, but you need to protect yourself. And in both cases, you are being reduced to a mere functionality, a fighter, a combatant. We do see many people who in their civilian lives were different, but they are soldiers today, or they are volunteers for the army today. So everything is being redefined and reduced. And this is what we also sometimes see when listening to the debates within the country in Ukraine. It's very difficult to deal with this complex identity. People want to simplify, but that's the logic of the aggressor, of the aggressive party, and it's difficult to overcome it. So you'd agree to Slavenka that the least common denominator is the national or the nation?
There is no other identity in the war except your nation. So if you're, for example, as in Bosnia, very often happened that you're of a mixed marriage. Before the war, there was about 30% of people, of children coming out from mixed marriages. What does it mean? It means you have to, what are you going to do? Are you going to, they ask you to choose between mother and father. And indeed, many people were in that position. And indeed, many people have chosen between mother and father. So it becomes, of course, very complex. And then there is an additional complexity to that question. And this is, if you show any opposition to that nationalism in your own country, then you become the enemy or the traitor of your own people. Although you, of course, are against the enemy, against I mean, there is no doubt about that. But still, you have some criticism, because at the time of war, it is not possible to criticize the politics. It's not possible to go against nationalism. I mean, I have experienced that as well, and it's not very pleasant feeling. I know nothing about what happens to the people in Ukraine who are criticizing, or is anybody who is criticizing nationalism. It's to me, it's not known. But we had people who were against nationalism, and those people had to pay a very high price.
Aber gibt es da nicht?
But isn't there a major difference? The Russian power attacked Ukraine because Ukraine wanted to get out of the Russian sphere of influence. They did so because of the Maidan revolution, and the imperialist vision of the ruler in the Kremlin did not agree to this approach. Ukraine is actually independent, but the power which does not accept this independence attacks the whole country. So isn't it necessary that the country which is being attacked defends itself as a nation? In terms of a nation, in Yugoslavia, the situation was different.
different because Croatia was attacked as well. And of course, every attacked country should defend itself. There is no doubt about that. There is no doubt about that. But nationalist propaganda is another thing. Nationalist propaganda lasted about 5 years before the war started. Nationalist propaganda led to the war. I would compare these two, what should I say, these two situations up to the point, because of course collapse of Yugoslavia was caused by completely different reasons. It didn't have anything to do with Russia and with the aggression of the type or of the might that Ukraine is experiencing now. And there is absolutely no question should Ukraine defend itself. And luckily, Ukraine is not meeting the same indolence and ignorance that Yugoslav wars had met before. Nobody cared or nobody understood. I mean, Croatia was also attacked and had the right to defend itself. So, as I'm saying, one can compare it to a certain point, but not completely. It's not the same thing. So it is very possible that perhaps it's not possible to criticize and to have any polemics. It's very difficult in any case, and you risk a lot if you have if you start the polemic about what has been done, so to say, from your side in the war. But the aggression was in both cases the reality.
Ja, ich wollte.
Well, just briefly, I think in the last 30 years, the debate on nationalism has extended enormously. And maybe it's necessary to work on it furthermore. Nationalism is most probably not a process which is a rigid or fixed one, like Habermas, who wrote about Ukraine, the belated nation in Europe, I think he said. So all these are discourses which refer to common sense ideas, which are most probably not common sense anymore. So we have to discuss all these topics again and anew in the current situation and in view of what we think today. But I think the war in Ukraine is not a nationalistic war. And it's not a nationalistic conflict. It's a fascist conflict. And the idea that there are dominant people and subhumans. Well, there is national hatred. I'm not sure, however, is there national hatred? Those who acted in Bucha and in other places, I don't see anything national or nationalistic there. But I think it's a different nature of violence we are experiencing now. And it's not the violence of a war dynamic. I mean, like, it begins and it gets more and more. But this was planned from day one. And the rulers allowed it. So the logic is destruction or extermination. The political experts who wrote about the war used the German word Vernichtungskrieg, extermination war, the word taken from World War II. Right, because the Russian propaganda was about denazification or nazification. The Russian propaganda is used by Moscow, and based on this assumption, they waged the same war as the Allies fought against the Nazis. They have to fight the Nazis, is what they say. Yeah, that would be interesting also as a question to Slavenka, because it's not only the Second World War and the Nazis who play a role here. People also said we need to prevent another Srebrenica from happening The war in Yugoslavia was also used as a tool in this propaganda. It was used during the Maidan in Russian television. They asked whether Ukraine would follow a Yugoslav scenario in its further development. And that's also an experience they refer to. And also what happened after the NATO bombings, when people thought this would never happen again, no intervention anymore. That's what the Russians had in mind too. They probably thought there would not be any NATO support. So we do see a kind of post-modern propaganda landscape where all these experiences and wars are mixed in a big cocktail, so to speak, of discourses that accompany the war. Well, Slavenka, wouldn't you also see a difference in terms of the Ukrainian society, which, different from the Croatian society, now goes and defends itself? There are volunteers, there is the territorial defense, and some people even say the whole country has become a Maidan because the whole country is fighting now.
As I said, I wouldn't like to compare it really because there is no total parallel. But I think also we have volunteers, and also the whole country stood against the attack. And I agree with Katja that definitely nationalism should be carried on, and the discussion about what is nationalism and what role does it play in each of these wars, definitely. But I do not agree that this is not. I mean, if you have Russians who are attacking and so to say, ethnically cleaning territories, because this is also war of the territory, for the territory, then there is, of course, nationalism there, which doesn't mean that there are not elements of fascism, which doesn't mean that there are not elements of genocide. They wrote, many people wrote that Bucha was a genocide. Srebrenica, as it was established at the ICTY in The Hague, was a genocide, because genocide is defined by the intention to eliminate somebody. You know? So, of course, there are many elements that are in common, but I wouldn't say that the difference would be in the fact that the whole Ukraine is standing up united together with Europe, which is very much united around this issue. And that in Croatia people were not united. Yes, of course, they were also united and also defending. But as I said, the parallel doesn't bring us closer to anything. We are now standing in front of the questions like how long this war is going to last, how much Europe is, there was no question how much Europe is involved before 30 years ago, because eventually Americans came and broke a deal, broke a Dayton Agreement in 1995. So the questions of the present are different, and the questions of the future are also different, because it all depends upon, what should I say, Russia is a nuclear power, and this makes all difference in the world. So it is not surprising that the whole Europe, indeed America as well, got so engaged and involved into this issue. What was surprising is that Europe so, what should I say, became more military inclined and so united, except for Orban, for example. But I mean, it's very much united in supporting, because it's supporting Ukraine defense, because they know that Ukraine is in really defending Europe as well.
Ich glaube, jetzt machen wir
Well, I would suggest that we have another reading now. We will hear from Katerina Mischenko's texts, Spiegel der Seele, Mirror of the Soul, which will lead us to our last subject matter, which is the war in me and how wars change people from within. Slavenka, you also wrote about it in 1991 already. Another reading now.
Heute kann man in den Medien die Rekonstruktion der Verbrechen in Butscha verfolgen, insbesondere in der Jablunska-Straße, die durch die Leichen der Bewohner gezeichnet war. In die Gesichter der Ermordeten blicken. Man kann sogar die Fotos der identifizierten Mörder sehen, der berüchtigten Pskower Fallschirmjäger, die den Einheimischen die Handys abnahmen und damit zu Hause in Russland anriefen, wo sie später für besondere Tapferkeit ausgezeichnet wurden. Um auch nur diese wenigen Sätze zu verdauen, bräuchte man Jahre. Und woher soll man erst die Zeit nehmen für all das erworbene Wissen? Das Stöhnen der Menschen unter den Trümmern von Häusern, die wegen des ständigen Beschusses nicht geborgen werden können. Exhumierungen, Übergabe von Leichen, Austausch von sterblichen Überresten, Verwandte, die zur weiteren Identifizierung der Toten oder dessen, was von ihnen übrig ist, DNA-Proben abgeben. Die Suche nach Verwandten unter jenen Überresten, über die schon die Würmer kriechen. Die massenhafte Verstümmelung des Menschlichen fragmentiert die Seele und ihre Zeit. Die Überreste des eigenen Selbst befinden sich irgendwo, nicht unbedingt alle an einem Ort. Etwas lebt in der Vergangenheit, ein Teil bleibt dem Alltag und der Sorge anvertraut. Manchmal gehen die Gedanken einfach verloren. Etwa 30.000 Vermisste. Diese Zahl finde ich auf der Seite der Internationalen Kommission für vermisste Personen, die der Ukraine bei der Identifizierung von Vermissten hilft. Verschwinden und Suchen als Existenzform. Parallel zu den Strafverfolgungsbehörden, internationalen Teams und zivilgesellschaftlichen Initiativen suchen auch ganz gewöhnliche Menschen nach Spuren, wie sie gerade können, für sich selbst, für das persönliche Archiv. Anfang Oktober lernte ich in Frankfurt zufällig eine Frau aus Butscha kennen, die wie ich an einem Workshop zur visuellen Anthropologie des Krieges teilnahm. Sie erzählte mir, dass sie die Straße mit ihrem Smartphone filmte, während sie mit ihren Kindern wegfuhr. Sie hat zerschossene Autos mit toten Menschen gesehen. Diese Videos zeigt sie den Deutschen, mit denen sie kommuniziert. Sie hat das Bedürfnis, über die Verbrechen, die sie gesehen hat, auszusagen, endlich gehört zu werden. Nach unserem Treffen wurde mir klar, dass die Zeugenarbeit das Bild des Opfers erheblich beeinflusst. Wenn man in den Geflüchteten oder den Ukrainern in ihrer Heimat nicht nur Opfer sieht, die man zutiefst bedauert, sondern Zeugen, dann wird auch dieser Krieg nicht als große Naturkatastrophe, sondern als kalkulierter Genozid wahrgenommen werden. Auch wenn das global gesehen nichts an der Tatsache ändert, dass mein Land ein Schlachtfeld ist und die Welt dieses schreckliche Sterben von Menschen innerhalb seiner Grenzen zugelassen hat. Jeden Tag leistet die Seele Zeugenarbeit, die auch eine Arbeit des Begreifens ist. Wie lässt sich das Unbegreifliche begreifen? Es ist möglich, wenn Tausende von Menschen an diesem kollektiven und so persönlichen Prozess beteiligt sind. Geschichten erzählen, Tagebuch führen, ein Smartphone benutzen, vor allem in der Besatzungszeit, vor allem ohne Internet und ohne Verbindung mit der Außenwelt, als Mittel der Kriegsdokumentation. Miteinander zu teilen, sich zu kümmern, zu retten. In unserer Umgangssprache wird das Wort rausholen oft im Sinne von Herausforderungen bewältigen, alles aus sich rausholen verwendet. Seine direkte Bedeutung verbindet sich heute mit der Evakuierung anderer. Um zu begreifen und zu überleben, muss Rettung in Gang gesetzt werden, indem man anderen die Hand reicht.
Warum ist Slavenka?
This is an important moment. Why is Slavenka gone?
And I can hear you.
Gut, gut. Ja, jemand muss auf okay.
It's some technical thing. It doesn't matter. I can hear you.
Es ist
Katja, in this text, we find an idea of rescue, of the possibility to escape, meaning you're not only a victim, you are also a witness. Maybe you ask Slavenka what it was like she experienced 30 years ago, what you are experiencing today. I mean, can you ask such a question? Is this an experience you can share, or is each individual doomed to experience what she experiences alone? I think it's both. On the one hand, there are stereotypical questions and emotions and conditions. On the other hand, you are all by yourself, you are alone. This is a feeling of mourning and of loss and of grief, and it's a psychological process, I'd say. Now, when listening to the first text, I thought it's the same. Actually, it's like at ours. It's the feeling that your peaceful life is over. And this is a feeling known to me, but I don't know how the war ends. I don't know how it ends. And that's a question I would ask. I guess it's probably ending in a different way. Or maybe it's like, as we heard about World War II, like a capitulation. People give up, and the soldiers are celebrating in the streets, and they get drunk, and everybody says, finally, the war is over. I mean, this is actually the idea I have in mind. Lots of fantasies, lots of images I see. So we are getting drunk. Not much has changed here, most probably, with respect to our self-perception. But it's not the way it is, and it's not going to end with a truce or an armistice. And this is what has changed our society a lot. I guess our society has changed so that we don't know what will happen at the end of the war. And it's hard to imagine that the war ends and what this will mean for us and the next generation. I can't see. Any advice, any recommendation, any advice for Katja how to survive as long as the war goes on?
Well, I wasn't there to give advice because it's a very individual experience of the war. First of all, I agree completely with you. It's a psychological process, and you have to both process it yourself within you, and on the other hand, you are also a witness. For us writers, the question is something else. What are we doing with this witnessing? Are we immediately somehow writing about it, reporting about it? I would say no. It didn't happen, at least in my country. Very few writers were writing about the war, and the writing about the war appeared some 10 years after the war. There was some kind of vacuum. During the war, it was mostly journalists who wrote about that, different kind of journalists, of course. So I would not give her an advice. I would just stop with this sentence, what Katja said and I experienced, and I also would like to quote a colleague, Staszuk, a writer from Poland, who in his latest book, which I don't know the translation in German, it's a novel. What's the title?
Grenzfahrt.
Yeah, probably.
Transit.
Yeah, somebody who is taking refugees over the river. Yes, he says one. I just ran into this sentence yesterday because I'm reading this book. It says, "The war ends, but it doesn't finish." So this between ending and finishing, there is a whole gap. There is a whole big space. So yes, of course, first you drink and you are very happy. There is a truce. There is no more war. Let's hope this will happen very soon in Ukraine, and let's hope it. But as you said, Katja, when you don't know what will happen. I was writing this book in 91, 92, 93. I didn't know how the war will end, but at least I didn't have the fear that it will end in destruction of the world, which always hangs here as a sword of Damocles above us. However, this not finishing the war means that we have to deal with so many issues, first of all, from reconstruction of the country, of the material reconstruction, so to say, economic reconstruction, political as well, but also as a reconstruction of self, of individual, which is the most difficult. Because I think that a war, when it happens, it regardless where you are, regardless what you are doing, it changes you. So it doesn't matter if you, let's say, took your things and went in exile in America and continue to live there. This war stands with you. It changes you in some way. And this then you have to deal with in the years to come. And then comes the most difficult question, and this is the question of war crimes. We had a different situation, perhaps, to the extent, and this is that we had this international court for ex-Yugoslavia, criminal court for ex-Yugoslavia, where some people were on trial, and this is because we were not in position to try our own war criminals. Indeed, we were hailing our war criminals as heroes, which is also a possibility, which is also possible, also psychologically possible. And then to deal, the idea was when the court in The Hague stops working, that we will continue to try our own war criminals. But that simply doesn't work, or it works so slowly. And you see that not only year after year you have to deal with these war issues, but decade after decade you have to deal with that. So in the best case scenario, that war ends tomorrow, that there is a truce, that Ukraine gets all drunk, and together with us, the rest of the world, the work of reconstruction of both country and the people will be only ahead. It will only begin. And for that there is no advice, because each individual has to resolve this kind of problems, of situation, of the attitudes towards the past by itself. One thing that we didn't touch upon, and I feel it missing, at least for myself, is the role of history in all this, in perception of history, in individual attitudes towards the history in these wars, and how it influenced the individuals both and as the whole nation, because we did not, in former communist countries, we didn't really have history. We had some kind of ideology instead. And this, of course, influenced our perception. So we had to deal, we will have to deal, as we do have now, we will have to deal in Croatia. We will have to deal in, Ukrainians will have to deal with that issue as well. what was I doing in the war, and why the war happened, and what happened before the war. So it's so many lies and mystifications, and that an ideology behind us in our past that we didn't dealt with, especially my generation, I think.
Das wäre eine neue, weitere Diskussion.
Well, that would actually be another and a further debate about the historic heritage and the discussion about memory and also about the very young nation of Ukraine. But this debate is too big for us right now. But when I listened to you, Slavenka, I thought it would be great if the two of you could stay in touch and talk about the fact that we are moving into a time, into a future which we do not know yet. This is an idea I'm having. Katja, you are thinking about what to write next after the collection of text, because you cannot only go and describe the present, you also have to find ideas and reflections which go on, right? Yeah, and you have to work too, right? That's also important. It might also be a form of, well, I don't know whether I should call it resistance, but probably you have to work in order to save yourself. And then I also see the aspect of responsibility, and I look at what has been done and what has never been done. And I'm asking myself, what did we, the Ukrainians, do wrong? Was Maidan too much? I also talked to historians, and we know that revolutions are always or often connected to wars. So was it wrong, or what was wrong? But no matter what I think of, I don't find any provocation in anything we did, or no way of having avoided what is happening now. So I don't think it's right to see oneself as a victim only, but we are in a dead-end road. Now, this kind of violence, this war, there's nothing we could have done in order to avoid it. Nobody ever waited for a reaction of Ukraine. So that's one question I'm pondering. And the other question is, where were we when other invasions and wars happened? Did we talk about them enough? Did we criticize our governments enough? For example, when Russia attacked Georgia, they were kind of involved. Or with respect to the wars in Chechnya, the books were there and Slavenka's translations were there, but did we talk about it enough? And did we talk about Donbas enough, about refugees within the country? 1 million people who were in Mariupol, in Lviv, in Kiev, in Uzhhorod, and other places. Internal refugees, Ukrainian refugees within the country. Have we ever tried to figure out what it meant, what they experienced? I don't think that this is about victim blaming. I just want to double check myself. I just want to find out what went wrong, and what kind of sensitivity we need for the future, and what kind of responsibility we need for the future. And I guess the Ukrainians who get platforms now, time and again, in order to tell their story, also the obligation to look back and to draw people's attention to the fact that those wars also in the past, or wars in general, not those wars, but wars made by Russia with similar strategies happened before. I was shocked when a friend of mine talked about a film she's making about Aleppo, Mariupol, and Grozny, and she talked to people from Chechnya for quite a while in preparing this film. And those people were really happy that someone finally went and asked them. I mean, we know about the crime in Chechnya from Russian journalists, but we were never in touch with human rights activists in Chechnya before. And now there is an opportunity to also talk about these topics in order to make people understand what is happening and what happened before. The violence had been around for a while, and we did not really talk about it, and we need to talk about it. We knew it. I mean, this happens time and again, maybe not exactly the same, but similar things. Now, this is a lot of reflection, and these are very important questions. And Slavenka, I would like to give you an opportunity to make concluding remarks, maybe 2 or 3 more sentences commenting on what Katja has just said.
Well, Katja I cannot agree more with her. There are so many questions. We had practically apartheid in Kosovo before the wars in former Yugoslavia started, and we pay not much attention to that, to the fact that people don't, that they are on strike, they don't go to schools, that the schools and universities in their own language are closed in Kosovo, Albanians. I mean, we didn't pay very much attention to that. So it's exactly the same kind of thing. You have always to ask questions. This is really very important. And another important thing that you mentioned, the word is responsibility. This is, I think, the most difficult word. Why? Because we are not used to it. Democracy in Ukraine, democracy in Croatia, in former Eastern Europe, it's a very small child. It's a very fragile thing. And the other side of democracy is responsibility. We simply did not have chance as a society to learn responsibility. And responsibility is developed in exactly this way, to ask these kind of questions. So I really think we should proceed in that direction as individuals and as societies.
Thank you, Slavenka, Katja. Und Ihnen danke fürs.
And thank you, dear audience. And we will have another round now here coming up.
beginning, but every time the author then the extra was read. So just, you know, when I talk about Haska, it's not that you wonder, well, she forgot about me or something. So, and we start with the trailer. Because I think that's really very effective. So that's first the trailer, and then I'll do the introduction, and then we have the new novel Haska, and then from the then on we continue with an overview of that. And you are prepared to read some first lines. Yes, I'm not really sure. Ja, ich glaube schon. Oh, I must.
Beginnen.
Good evening. We'd like to start. We are going not to give not enough love. That is why we'd like to start. We will have our last conversation of this evening.
Wow. Start to a conversation about love in times of war. Tonight with Haska Shian and Ivana Saiko. Welcome. My name is Henrike Schmidt. I'm a literary scholar, slavist and translator, and I am privileged and excited to guide us through our talk tonight. We will hold this conversation in English, although neither of us is a native speaker, I suppose, at least, so that we may engage in direct conversation with each other. So be merciful to us, or at least to me, for the others I can't say, if we get entangled in our communication language, English. The discussion will be interpreted simultaneously into German by Lilian Astrid Gese and Sylvia Schreiber, so thank you very much for this. Haska Shian, welcome again. You suggested that we start this evening with this amazing book trailer for your novel, Hinter dem Rücken, the Spinoio. Now I got the microphone in the right position. Your novel, The Spinoio, Hinter dem Rücken, Behind the Back, in the German translation by Claudia Date. By the way, Claudia, are you in? No, not tomorrow. Okay, so join Haska Shian and Claudia Date then tomorrow again for a conversation. So actually, you are the producer of the clip as well, so please tell us something about the idea and the realization.
Well, this was kind of spontaneous thing. It's Marina Stepanska, Ukrainian film director. She read my book, and we didn't know each other before, but she has a film that kind of echoes the story of the book. And then there was a small budget to do some promotional materials for the book, and I thought it would be cool to have a book trailer. And then we talked with her, and then we also have like this artist we really love, Anna Lee, the girl who made all the pictures for collages, and then we decided to try animation. So for us it was like an experimental project, but in the end we ended up producing 3 more book trailers for the Tapeta series, for all the books that come in the same series as mine. Yeah, and for us, like especially now in the wartime, it's really like a relief, like, you know, to do something really arty, detached, because other novels were not connected to the war. So like to do something like fully detached from the content we work with for every day.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it is really, really a cool idea. And the trailer and its aesthetics make it clear that I can introduce you not only as a writer, but as a translator, a blogger, and a photographer. At least that's what the internet's telling me, and the trailer says me that's true. Who moves like a fish in water in social media and the contemporary visual world. Your debut novel, Hand, Dr. Hand, thus was unsurprisingly written in large parts on a smartphone. Behind their back, hinter dem Rücken, the book which just appeared and you can see here in the front, and you are encouraged, of course, to buy and to read, is your second novel, for which you were awarded the European Literature Prize in 2019. You are born in Lviv, although the internet tells me different things. Some places in the internet say it's Kiev, but I choose Lviv. Hopefully that's right. You are born in Lviv, where you studied classical philology, but also, and that seems to me to be not less importantly, you co-owned a bookshop. And in this context, you have also been involved as an activist in a way, engaging against corruption mechanisms in the publishing industry. And that really seemed to me amazing. So you really are upfront in different directions concerning literature. And currently you live in Brussels, and it was an adventure, you told us, to make your way from Brussels to Leipzig with the Deutsche Bahn. And we don't have to explain that to our dear public. The trailer has already given us a glimpse of the imagery and life of your novel and its protagonists. The novel is set during the war in Donbass, after the Russian annexation of the Ukrainian Crimea, but before the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine. We have seen, though, in the trailer that it is not only set in Ukraine, but that its heroine is also swept away by the events to the French Riviera. However, I won't reveal more about the plot at this point, as I don't want to spoil it for anyone who has the pleasure to yet read the novel. After all, it is a love story, and love stories often come with an uncertain end, so we should not know it. But we will familiarize ourselves with the protagonist, Marta, a successful human resources manager in an IT company living in Lviv, by means of a few excerpts from the text, and we do that right now. And Haska Shian, you will be so nice to read a few lines of the Ukrainian original. Before then, Verena Noll brings the German passages to our attention. So some short lines, please, in the Ukrainian original.
Білий вигін наївного дитячого сердечка, наче з дівчачої анкети, розпливається у всепоглинаючій мряці і губить половину. Рябить в очах. Навіть у намальованому на асфальті «Я, сердечко Мері» читається «Смерть». Сніг лягає на стару дерев'яну шатківницю, якою вчора пересікли на закваску якісь нескінченні літри капусти. І мені здається, що я витягаю з грудей серце, погризане блохами. При нарізанні на скибочки воно охолоджується і знеболюється. Скибочка тобі, скибочка мені. Скибочка засушити в дорогу, покласти під сідло, сховати між сторінок листів. Хоч які листи? Ніхто тепер не пише листів. Так, скупі смски, максимум складені з 3 повідомлень, дозволеного оператором обсягу. За звичкою латинкою, щоб було дешевше, хоч гроші давно не впираються. Блохи наших гризот не вгодовані і не пригріті, вони дрібні і жваві, підстрибують, наче корівки до водопою, до озерець свіжої крові, які бубнявіють багряними гумовими краплями і застигають у чудернацькій покручі на нарізці з мого пружного серцевого м'яза. Таке м'ясо погано жується і не смакує без приправи для баструми.
Im alles auflösenden Sprühregen verschwimmt der Bogen des weißen Kinderherzes, gezeichnet wie im Freundebuch, und eine Hälfte verschwindet. Vor meinen Augen flimmert es. Ich liebe Tado steht auf dem Asphalt. Ich lese Tod. Schnee legt sich auf den alten Gemüsehobel aus Holz. mit dem gestern riesige Mengen Kraut geraspelt wurden, und es ist, als würde ich ein flohwundes Herz aus der Brust nehmen, das beim Schneiden in Scheiben kalt und taub wird. Eine Scheibe für dich, eine für mich, eine getrocknete für unterwegs, eine für den Sattel zum Drunterlegen, eine für die Briefe zum Dazwischenlegen. Wieso eigentlich Briefe? Heute schreibt ja keiner mehr Briefe, nur noch knappe SMS, 3 Teile höchstens, mehr erlaubt der Provider nicht. Meist mit lateinischen Buchstaben, damit es nicht so teuer wird, obwohl es eigentlich gar nicht ums Geld geht. Die Flöhe unserer Gewissensbisse müssen hungern und frieren, sie sind klein und flink. Wie Kühe zur Tränke springen sie zu den Lachen aus frischem Blut, schwellen zu flammroten Gummitröpfchen an und erstarren in wundersamen Gebilden auf den angerichteten Scheiben meines straffen Herzmuskels. Fleisch wie dieses lässt sich schwer kauen. Ohne die Beigabe von Pastirma-Gewürz schmeckt es nicht. Ich zerteile den Regenschleier, atme wie ein Fisch, schleppe eine schwere Tasche, stapfe durch den matschigen Schnee, schnappe nach Luft und trete wie ein Kind in kurzen, winzigen Trippelschritten die zweite Herzhälfte in den angetauten Schlamm. Gestern bist du gefahren. Vorher wollten wir es uns noch mal schön machen. Wir haben was getrunken und hatten Sex. Eigentlich sollte es leidenschaftlich sein, denn du gehst für lange weg und wer weiß, ob du überhaupt wiederkommst. Aber irgendwie konnten wir uns kaum aufraffen, als ob es eine Pflicht wäre. Mit der Homeware hatten wir unsere liebe Mühe. Und ich wollte einfach nur, dass du endlich aufhörst, in altbewährter Manier meine Brustwarzen zu bearbeiten. Ich musste weinen. Du hast dich rhythmisch bewegt und schwer geatmet. Es sah so aus, als müsstest du dich zusammenreißen und an etwas anderes denken, um zu kommen. Du hast die Stirn gerunzelt, dich an meine Schläfe geschmiegt, den Mund geöffnet und kehlig gegrunzt. Ich mache das auch so, wenn ich nicht so richtig erregt bin. Aber diesmal war ich sogar dazu zu faul. Ich hing in einer Leere fest und habe sie ausgefüllt, dumpf, zäh und trostlos. Ich bin gefallen und habe mich selbst aufgefangen, habe nichts gefühlt. Deine Stimme schien weit weg, als wäre mein Ohr verstopft. Mit meinen verheulten Augen habe ich auf deinen gepackten Rucksack gestarrt, dich hysterisch umarmt. Du hast nur an die Decke gestarrt und mir mit der rechten Hand über den Kopf gestrichen. Die linke hast du dir auf die Brust gelegt, als wolltest du deinen Herzschlag fühlen, wie ein Arzt. Als wolltest du prüfen, ob da in deiner Brust alles an Ort und Stelle ist, ob alles passt. Die Entscheidung zu den Gefühlen, die Wahl zu den Wünschen. Meine Tränen hast du nicht bemerkt. Also bin ich aufgesprungen und duschen gegangen. Erst unter dem prickelnden, heißen Wasser habe ich meinen Körper wieder gespürt. Damals, also gestern. Um 5 Uhr in der Früh habe ich dich zum Bahnhof gebracht. In der Erwartung, gleich antreten zu müssen, drängten sich die Rekruten aneinander wie Vogeljunge im eisigen Regen. Du hieltest dich abseits der chaotischen, angedeuteten Linie und kaum war ich weg, stöpseltest du deine weißen, drahtlosen Kopfhörer ein.
Wir machen jetzt einen Sprung in der Erzählung. Der Geliebte ist an der Front, die Ich-Erzählerin bleibt zurück. Sie schwankt zwischen hedonistischem Genuss ihres früheren sorglosen Lebens und ehrenamtlichem Engagement für die Frontkämpfer. Darüber kommt sie mit anderen Frauen in Kontakt, deren Männer im Krieg kämpfen oder bereits getötet worden sind.
In der Zwischenzeit erzählt mir diese zarte, abgekämpfte Blondine ihre ganze Geschichte. Die Geschichte von sich und Arthur, der bei einer Spezialeinheit war, ein richtiger Mann, stark und kräftig. In ihren Augen stand ein wirrer Glanz und spiegelte den Wahn einer Frau, die schon ein knappes Jahr mit der Jacke ihres getöteten Mannes schlief Und er berührte und küsste sie nachts, ganz real, und drang in sie ein. Konnte das denn Einbildung sein? Zig Therapien habe sie schon gemacht und etliche Selbsthilfegruppen besucht, aber die hätten doch keine Ahnung. Die meisten Frauen hätten so schnell ein neues Leben angefangen, als hätten sie nur auf den Moment gewartet. Zuerst spielt sie eine Aufnahme ihres Gesprächs mit dem Versprechen ab: Es dauert nicht mehr lange, mein Schatz. Hörst du? Ich bin bald zurück. Dann findet sie ein Video, wie sie ihn kalt gemacht haben, das seine Freunde, die den Kommandeur tatsächlich der Verschleierung verdächtigen, ihr heimlich zugespielt haben. Ihr Heulen wird gedämpfter, tiefer und tränenreicher. Ella tut mir wahnsinnig leid. Ich nehme sie in den Arm, sie rutscht verheult in meinen Schoß. Ich hebe ihr Gesicht an und wische die heißen, salzigen Schlieren ab. Schaue ihr in die Augen, nehme ihren Atem auf, der nach Alkohol und Verzweiflung riecht. Und ich dringe mit meiner Zunge in diese brennende, herb säuerliche, salzig bittere Höhle ein. Die schmalen Lippen öffnen sich nicht sofort. Zunächst antwortet sie matt, doch irgendwann steht sie auf und bedrängt mich mit ihrem Körper, in dem so viel enttäuschte Leidenschaft steckt. Ich greife ihr unters Shirt, hake den BH auf, fasse nach ihren Brüsten, die in eine Hand passen, drücke die Warzen, beiße hinein. Längst hat sie die Beine gespreizt, den Rock herabgelassen und ihre Hand in den Slip gesteckt. Ich möchte das auch mit meiner Zunge spüren. Ein Vakuum scheint mich einzusaugen. Ich reibe zwischen meinen Beinen. Das ist so unglaublich, dass das Gewebe Feuer fangen würde, wenn es nicht so feucht wäre. Ich komme sofort und laut. Ich falle auf den Teppich und aus dieser Perspektive erinnert mich Ella, die sich wie eine halbnackte Barbie-Puppe aufs Sofa geschmissen hat, an einen Schwan, der sich in Krämpfen windet. Es sieht aus, als würden auf ihrem Rücken gleich Flügel schlagen. Sie richtet sich auf und gießt sich ein Glas Tequila ein. Sie stürzt ihn hinunter, ohne etwas dazu zu essen. Sie trinkt noch nicht einmal etwas nach, zieht ihren Rock aus und geht wie eine Nachtwandlerin ins Schlafzimmer. Legt sich aufs Bett, umklammert die Jacke und ist auch schon weg. Ich rieche vielleicht noch nach ihr, küsse sie noch einmal auf den Mund, dann entwinde ich ihrer sanften Umarmung vorsichtig die speckige schwarze Jacke und schaffe sie ins dritte Zimmer.
Thank you. I think this is worth an applause for being read so wonderfully by Verena Noll and for being really a very powerful piece of literature. Haska Shian, the sex and love scenes are so powerful, visually and emotionally, so varied and surprising for me in the reading of the novel. Do we still think of love in war too stereotypically as a relationship between heroically fighting men and faithful stay-at-home women? You certainly don't manage Penelope in the novel by chance. You're a classic philologist, so. And I quote, you relate to Penelope as the eternal symbol, the wife who stays in her place year in, year out. So maybe you can comment on that.
I had to confirm my 5 years at the university. Do we talk about love at a time of war, and are these topics relevant, and what are the roles? These are the questions basically we've been asking ourselves very strongly for the last 8-9 years already, and it definitely was different for the first 8 years of war, and it changed a lot after invasion, full-scale invasion, but we definitely can say that there is the thing that like the war, it kind of puts human settings on default in many senses. So it's in relationship of the family, of the couple, and everyone reacts differently, but it still kind of puts it to default. So vast majority of women who are in relationship and men who are in relationship and families, they go down to this basic classical roles when man is the one who defends and woman is the one who has to take care of the rear. And of course now we see that like society is changing and the demands are changing, and we have a lot of brave women in the Ukrainian army, but still proportionally it's going to be mostly this way, mostly more traditionally, even like by the law, the fact that only women with children could leave, or without children could leave the country, and men had to stay, even that kind of positions this like basic roles. Plus, I think it's always quite strong, this like eros and thanatos, and I see a lot of discussions about this online and, you know, in private talks. It kind of reinforces the instincts, the close possibility of death and danger and risks that you take every day. It really, like, basically everyone in private talk says it really reinforces your sexual energy, but also for many people that, for example, wish to reproduce, to have children. So it's really something that is bigger than you, something that you cannot like fully analyze and, you know, just put like by the book. It's something that is stronger and bigger than you. That's why I do think that like talking about love, emotions, sexuality, that is not marriage, relationship, that it's not necessarily always one package. It could be like, you know, different aspects. But this is sometimes even more relevant during any kind of difficult phases, like especially such a strong stress as war. So this is something that like comes up to the surface, and you sometimes don't know yourself how to cope with it, and you kind of blame yourself as you're talking, you're thinking about something not relevant when such tragic events are happening, or you are risking, like, or close ones risking your life every day. But this is something that sometimes is stronger than us, and that's why I see it very connected. In kind of phases of, so to say, calm stagnation, sometimes it's less happening and less to talk about than during such moments as we're going through now.
Thank you very much. That's really a very strong argument, and I think very, very convincing. It brings me. My next question is a kind of follow-up to that, because challenging, nevertheless, I would say, are not so much, dear Haska, you're so open-hearted, as moving depictions of physical love, but rather what you do as well in the novel. But it has been written before the full-scale invasion. We have to repeat that, so it has been a different time. But nevertheless, you problematize as well love in war as a patriotic duty, so that is maybe a bit of follow-up to what you have been saying, putting the accent on the private side of emotions. So that is the position of the loving wife, still primarily on the home front, and not least in bed, for mobilizing as well as for reproductive reasons. So, and at one point in your novel, it even says, "Are all women now obliged to have orgasms?" So, yeah, I think that's really these things are connected. And dear Ivana Saikyo, I wanted to address you as well now on this topic, whether you wish to comment on this intensive relationship between sexuality and war. The protagonists of your novels reflect on very often. For example, in my favorite novel, Rio Bar, we are not talking about today, but anyway, it's there. So there's a whole corpus of your writing on war. And in this novel, the protagonist is pulled out of a marriage party, still in her wedding dress, into the vortex of war violence. And so what do you see? What traces does sexualized violence as part of military strategies leave in private love stories?
And this is a very complex question. To start with Rio Bar, this is in a sense, my attempt to write a novel about the war while finding a position that is not this kind of binary position, you know, that is like it's us and there. And then like the men are in the army and the women are at home. So this was completely different. This woman is fighting throughout the war. So she goes from one station of the war to another until the liberation. And then after liberation, she actually leaves. And she has this dress, which is actually an irony, because she's changing those dresses, and she changes herself. And then, of course, she writes about the war while drinking, and I remember quite clearly that I wanted to sort of like masculinize, to try to masculinize the female roles in the war, and just to see what happens with it. The same as I wanted to masculinize my voice with the latest novel. I also wrote in Familienroman, when I was writing about the Second World War, there was also women who, I'm always interested in these kind of emancipatory practices that women take in the war, and being either soldiers, either loving creatures who are actually, which being a loving creature in a war, it means being subversive completely to the logic of the war. And I think, you know, when we write about the war and there is a love inside in any kind of way, you know, we do something which is extremely subversive towards the discourse of war. I remember when I was a teenager and we were watching news from the war, of course, again. And my father and my mother were present. And there was the news about the exchange of war prisoners. And so we saw there were like 3 buses of, I would say Serbian soldiers, but that's wrong. That's wrong, what I'm saying now. And they were at the border, and on the other side, there were like 3 buses of Croatian soldiers, again wrong, and they were passing on the other side. And my father, he was watching this, and he said, "Look, Serbs." And my mom, she turned around and she said, "These are not Serbs, these are children." And for me, this is very important little thing that happened to me then, and it's actually big because my mother completely changed the discourse. It was not romantic, heterosexual, blah, blah, blah love. It was a love that she was giving to the whole situation as being a woman and being a mother. And she completely changed the way that we should observe what is happening. So these are not neither soldiers, these are not neither Serbs or Croatians, because all of this is stupid, patriarchal, political stuff that is imposed to us. This is what we see. These are children caught in a situation in which they don't want to be. And so this is actually, when I think about love in the war, I first think about these kind of things, changing the discourse, changing the vocabulary that we speak, and then about the stories, about whatever, you know, romantic love or whatever. I think this is less important.
Yeah, thank you very much for this very important commentary. And it reminds me of what has been said throughout this afternoon, because we are continuing a series of discussions that when we talk about the war, we tend to simplify and we have to diversify the narratives, as we might say, or the discourses. And I think this is what both of your books or your writing is doing. And so I would propose that we move forward to hearing some excerpts from your new book. But beforehand, I would like to introduce you in a bit more detail. Ivana Sajko was born in Zagreb and is, like Haskashian, involved with literature in various forms and functions as an author and playwright. And much of your work is at the intersection of literature, performance, and music, which you can feel, I think, in all of the texts I have been reading, and I won't talk now about the excerpt we are going to listen to. You are the co-founder of the theater group Bad Co. Is that rightly pronounced, or? And co-editor of the art magazine Fractus, so very, as with Husker, a very broad approach to art and literature. And your novels have won many awards, including in 2018 the International Literature Prize of the House of World Cultures, together with your translator Alida Bremer, who unfortunately cannot be with us here tonight, but who has translated your latest book as well. And you were awarded for a novel with, for this evening, topical title Liebesroman, love novel. The jury for this prize on the website, we can read that with your critical and political writing, you are considered an innovator of Southeast European theater and Croatian literature. And today you live in Berlin. Now we have the pleasure to listen to some excerpts of your current novel, Jeder Aufbruch ist ein kleiner Tod, the Croatian original title Male Smrtje. So it appeared last year and is already available in translation, so that's wonderful, that's quick. With Woland and Quist, in translation by Alida Bremer. I won't say anything about this novel in advance because it speaks entirely for itself. A summary would be pointless because we as readers, it seems to me as well, having read it, have to figure out for ourselves in your meandering narration who is the protagonist. And now we have the pleasure first to hear some lines in Croatian read by Ivana Sajko and then the German version read by Verena Noll.
I will just have to add, I must, that it's a male narrator, so this is a male voice. Držim krvavu maramicu na ustima i promatram sive vate nebe ko vjetar raznosi nad Njemačkom. Želio bih da sjedi uz mene i recimo čita. Kao što nekad davno znala sjediti uz mene i čitati, mirna i zadovoljna. Želio bih da me pita što to zapisujem i da je kažem da pišem o smrti ljubavi, glumeći da pišem o smrti oca, o smrti majke, o smrti Europe i da razumije što je govorim, jer me te smrti ne bi mogle dotaknuti, kao što bi me dotaknula naša smrt, naš neuspjeh, naš poraz. Ona bi to mogla pretpostaviti, mada je tako nešto nikad nisam rekao. A upravo je rascjep između njezina vjerojatnog znanja i mojih neizgovorenih misli započela naša smrt. Pitao bih je, sjeća li se jeseni kad smo posjetili Berlin. Rekao bih joj da upravo opisujem sliku koju sam tada snimio mobitelom, a onda negdje zagubio skupa s tim telefonom. Rekao bih joj, ti hodeš ispred mene puteljkom u Tiergartenu, u stazu gore ulične svjetiljke, sipi kiša i zato si otvorila kišobran. Sjećaš se?
Ja, ich würde den Text gerne so lesen, als würde ich ihn auf einen Atemzug lesen, aber da sind mir leider Grenzen gesetzt. Aber die Vorstellung ist gut. Ich presse das blutige Taschentuch an meinen Mund und beobachte die grauen Wattebäusche, die der Wind über Deutschlands Himmel treibt. Ich wünsche mir, sie säße hier und würde zum Beispiel etwas lesen, so wie sie einst vor langer Zeit häufig neben mir saß und etwas las, ruhig und zufrieden. Ich wünsche mir, sie würde mich fragen, was ich da notiere, und dann würde ich ihr sagen, ich schriebe über den Tod der Liebe, wobei ich mich verstellen und so tun würde, als schriebe ich über den Tod meines Vaters, über den Tod meiner Mutter, über den Tod Europas. Und es wäre schön, wenn sie verstünde, wovon ich ihr erzählte, da mich all diese Tode nicht so berühren können wie unser Tod, unser Versagen, unsere Niederlage. Sie würde es wahrscheinlich ahnen, obwohl ich es ihr so nie gesagt habe. Und genau in diesem Spalt zwischen ihrem wahrscheinlichen Wissen und meinen unausgesprochenen Gedanken begann unser Sterben. Würde sie fragen, ob sie sich an den Herbst erinnere, in dem wir Berlin besuchten. Ich würde ihr sagen, dass ich gerade das Bild beschreibe, das ich damals mit meinem Handy aufgenommen und dann zusammen mit dem Handy irgendwo liegen gelassen hatte. Ich würde ihr sagen, du gehst vor mir her auf einem Weg im Tiergarten, der Wegesrand wird von Straßenlampen beleuchtet, es nieselt und du hast deshalb deinen Regenschirm aufgespannt. Kannst du dich daran erinnern? Er ist rot. Man kann ihn zwischen den Bäumen erkennen. Du ähnelst einem schönen Sonnenuntergang. Später ruhst du dich aus unter demselben Regenschirm auf einem Liegestuhl aus geblümtem Stoff. Du lächelst den Kellner an, der uns einige Weingummis auf einer Untertasse gebracht hat, und rauchst. Doch dieses Bild ist leider nicht scharf genug geworden. Ich wünsche mir wirklich, sie säße neben mir und ich könnte ihr all das sagen. Sie würde danach das Buch auf ihre Knie legen und mich anlächeln, wie damals in Berlin, als wir noch fähig waren, derart einfache Dinge zu tun, etwa in den Parks spazieren zu gehen, uns zu unterhalten und anzulächeln. Und als ich noch sicher war, dass mich niemals jemand so geliebt hat und dass auch ich niemals jemanden so geliebt habe, die Tatsache der Liebe, die ich auch jetzt noch als wahr empfinde. Wir haben uns geliebt, ohne darüber nachzudenken, dass die Tatsache der Liebe die Lebensdauer eines kleinen Pelztiers hat, zum Beispiel eines Hamsters in einem Käfig. Und dass wir uns später um das steife Körperchen würden kümmern müssen, das aus unerklärlichen Gründen aufgehört hat, auf Nahrung und auf Streicheln zu reagieren. Doch es ist sicher, so sage ich erneut, dass mich niemand zuvor so geliebt hat. Und obwohl ich diese Phrase 100-mal gehört habe, war ich entzückt davon, dass auch ich endlich damit angeben konnte. Denn in jenem Herbst in Berlin deutete alles darauf hin, dass wir ohne besondere Mühe die nächsten 10 Jahre oder länger durchhalten würden. Ich war davon überzeugt, dass ich sie auch in 10 Jahren noch mit ähnlichem Vergnügen würde fotografieren können, während sie durch den Park spazieren geht oder den Kellner anlächelnd, der uns mit Weingummis zeigt, wie sympathisch er es findet, dass wir uns unablässig küssen. Wir küssten uns unter jedem Regenschirm und vor der Supermarktkasse und auf der Rolltreppe in der U-Bahn und beim Essen und im Schlaf. Wir küssten uns auch, während wir vor den Resten des Anhalter Bahnhofs standen und uns über den Komplex der kollektiven Schuld unterhielten, der dem ganzen Volk seinen Sinn für Humor entrissen habe. Wir küssten uns und deswegen klang alles, was wir sagten, nur wenig ernst. Hoch über unseren Köpfen wachten die riesigen Figuren von Ludwig Brunow über die Bahnhofsruinen. Die rechte Figur symbolisiert den Tag. Es ist ein junger Mann, durchsiebt von Granatsplittern, der den Himmel betrachtet und dabei mit der Hand seine Augen schützt. Die linke Figur ist die Nacht. Es ist eine schlafende Frau. Ein Diadem mit einem Stern verziert ihr üppiges Haar. Eine ihrer Fäuste ist vollständig zertrümmert und am Auge, an der Hüfte und an der Innenseite der Oberschenkel sieht man ebenfalls Schäden von Granatsplittern. Wir beschäftigten uns nicht mit diesen Wunden und mit ihren Interpretationen, obwohl klar ist, dass jeder Einschuss für immer wehtut und für immer offen klafft und dass man die Geschichte seiner Entstehung auf verschiedene Arten erzählen kann, abhängig von den Bedürfnissen und Interessen. Doch in dem Augenblick war für uns das Einzige, was existierte, die Tatsache der Liebe, ihr weiches Fell und ihre Wärme. Alles andere interessierte uns nicht, sodass sie mir auf die Frage, ob sie gerne nach Berlin ziehen würde, antwortete: Warum umziehen? Wir können doch immer hierher kommen. Wir können für immer hier bleiben. Wir können es uns auch immer anders überlegen. Und mir kamen nicht einmal angesichts dieser zerschossenen Riesen auf der Hinrichtungsstelle des einstigen Bahnhofs irgendwelche Zweifel. Kein Gedanke darüber, dass die Möglichkeit der Wahl irgendwann einmal verbaut sein könnte oder dass wir uns unserer Wahl einmal schämen könnten, da sie uns wie ein Privileg vorkommen würde, das präzise jene Ungleichheit zum Ausdruck bringt, in die Europa eintauchen würde, gleichgültig, so wie es in die eigene Heuchlerei eintauchen würde, in die eigenen kleinlichen Interessen, in die eigenen guten Absichten, für die auch ich meine bescheidenen Honorare bekam, in die eigene sogenannte Demokratiefähigkeit, die den verschiedenen Formen des Faschismus einen vereinten Kampf gegen den Verstand ermöglichen würde, während wir irgendwo am Rande des Territoriums enden würden, das sich in eine Tamponzone gegen Migranten und Viren verwandeln wird und wo sich das Elend jener, die sich schon dort befinden, strategisch gegen jene richtet, die erst kommen werden. Denn das Elend mag kein weiteres Elend sehen. Das Elend hasst es, sich zu vermehren. Deshalb werden sich die Jahre, die folgen, in einen Eisenbahnwaggon mit verriegelten Fenstern zusammenpressen, in ein stickiges Zimmer, in dem jenes winzige Körperchen des Hamsters in seinem kleinen Käfig verfault, während ich Tabletten gegen Angststörungen schlucke und schwitze und mich selbst kneife und beiße und die Decke über meinem Kopf durchbohre, indem ich ununterbrochen einen Fleck anstarre, der die Dimension der Ewigkeit angenommen hat. Denn die Flucht in die Tiefe der Decke ist meine einzige Flucht.
Ivana, I find the image particularly impressive of the couple happily in love in front of the war-ravaged figures of the ruins of Anhalter Bahnhof, which we also see projected behind us. Why are the protagonists unable to cite, in my not very good English translation, to save the tender fur of love, das weiche Fell der Liebe? So why are they unable to save their love and step out of the historical shadow of their ancestors?
You feel like couples shrink now.
Take your time. We're not at all in a hurry, so give it a thought, and we just let the literature and the excerpt go again through our heads and minds.
Well, I think my intention was not to write from this perspective. The presence of love story in this novel is not to talk about impossibility of them going out from any kind of bigger sort of like bigger perspective of possibility or impossibility of love, or I think as I always do, I want to have this I wanted to do something which is almost like a scandal. It's like what was Brecht saying in his beautiful poem to those who are not yet born, when he says, "What kind of time is it now when the talking about trees is almost?" It's so disgraceful because it means being silent about so many other things. And then I always think, if we want to write about politics, about trauma, about anything that is sort of like always surrounding us, and we became almost incapable to be touched. After you follow Syrian war for years, almost in live transmission, how can anything else touch you? So what can touch you? How do you approach this anymore? Because you saw it all, you saw it live, you saw in front of your eyes kids dying. So, what can art do more to touch you, to make you think something? And then I thought, if you start actually with the idea to write about violence, proximity of violence in Europe. This is a book about proximity violence, actually. It is everywhere around us, all the time. But you start from love. But like really stubbornly, you write about love. But it's impossible to keep this love intact from everything that is happening around it. And I think this is where the tragedy lies, because we cannot, if we speak about the war or about European history from a perspective of whatever it would be, European history, or these kind of big stories, you miss something that actually really touches people and moves people. Because in the bottom of all these big historical movements, and when I say big historical movements, I mean war, there are emotions, always. When you have Goebbels addressing people, he's not addressing their minds, he's addressing their emotions. That's why he can move so many people who are not necessarily intelligent. So he didn't move them by addressing their minds or their logic. He moved them because he was addressing their emotions, but emotions like fear or like hate. But then love does something completely else. It sort of like dismantles the way that the hate was constructed, or it dismantles the way that fear of the other was constructed. And this is why I used love. Not as impossibility, but just the way to show everything else.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's really impressive. I was reading your novel as well as tackling the transgenerational trauma, and this is where my idea came up from, that the loving couple is standing under this day and night allegories, and they cannot save their love because there have been all these wars told and untold.
I'm happy it produces more than I thought it produces. Thank you.
That's once again is literature. I might add that this book, the last one, Every Departure is a Small Death, if I may translate it like this into English, seems to be less concerned with war in a very direct sense than your previous writing, and maybe less with love. But it's your newest novel, so we're talking about it. But what I found interesting, and this links the two books of you, is that you link the different wars not only with the history and the historical trauma in Europe, but as well with the contemporary catastrophes. And this is, if I understood you right, what you are telling us, that we should not isolate the wars from the other catastrophes of contemporary life which are going on. And this is something which is taking place in your novel as well, because you take us to France, and we won't spoil the love story, telling that it's then about ending up in the terrorist attack in Nice. So I read your books as well like a reminder of war is one aspect of violence going on in Europe.
I just want to reflect that basically also in my case it's this thing that my heroine, she's like trying to escape. For her, like everything she does is this naive childish belief that she can escape. So like through like love or like emotions or sexual experiences, she really tried to escape, because like, now we understand that like individual is political and political is individual, and there is no way out of it. But when you're young and you still want to believe it's possible, and for her it's really like this kind of fully escapist strategy, like to run away, to hide, to like when you're in this like lagoon of pleasure and like you feel good, maybe like bad things don't actually exist, like this kind of fully irrational way to act.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I really found that very interesting in your novel, and a bit against the odds kind of narration, somebody trying to avoid a conflict where she maybe should be engaged from a moral, let's say, moral point of view, if something like that exists. But we are talking about literature and not about sociology and changing of gender roles, although, of course, all this is closely related. And the shock of war always or often triggers a crisis of narration, and literature, then we have heard about that throughout the afternoon as well, seems senseless or helpless in the face of violence. And some authors fell silent, at least for a certain period of time. Others switched to genres of documentary writing in order to bear witness in a language that is as sparse as possible. So I would like to ask you to tell us a little bit, both of you, about your kind of writing in these books, your choices, how to narrate, how with literary means develop or contrast these voices and languages of love and war.
I know, for me, like, to write about any experiences, basically, I never write from the first, I never write autobiographically, and I never write like true stories, and I never write very intimate experiences from my family, but anyway, like everything you write, you kind of process something you went through, and for me, I always needed longer distance, just to detach from the context of war. For example, when I was writing this novel, I was a young mother, my daughter was 3, but I didn't reflect on any experiences of early parenthood. I knew that, like, I'm going probably, if I'm going to ever write more books, I'm going to probably come back to that. But for me, this is something that needs, like, kind of to mature, to infuse. So I never write in generally very impulsively. Like, what happens now, I write about it now. So that's why in this book there is a lot of reflections about 90s, about background. It's maybe not less visible, but still it's there. Basically, for me, this novel was reflecting on like few decades, on like the whole epoch, some kind of close and like, you know, storytelling for me. And basically what is happening, like, it was quite close, because it was like, yeah, just, but still it was like 3 years after the beginning of the war, and still it's only on the top. It's something that is spread on the top, the current context. Therefore, for me, it was not a question, like, when the invasion began, like, do I have, in general, I don't think it's like a role of the author, of the writer, like, to do something with this material. If we may call this material, if there are people who, like journalists, reporters, who like saw it as a vocation, or like historians, and this is more relevant to what they did before. And so as an author, I didn't feel like any kind of inner or outer pressure that I have to document it in this way or another. So yeah, for me, that's why I didn't have like kind of, I don't know, stress that I have an author's block, or like, do I have to do something? For me, writing is something that comes very natural, and I know that, like, when the moment will come to process it, if ever, it will come. If not, it not. So I cannot say that it had like very like direct effect on my writing.
Ivana, would you like to tell us something? You already mentioned this change of narration, that it's a male narrator.
Yeah. Yeah. First of all, I think that Hasket, it's completely. I think it's this kind of approach of literature approach towards events is not immediate one. It never is. I mean, I work with lots of documents, and I do different kinds of researches. I speak with people, and then I have different notes of different sources and different forms, and then actually there are some kind of world of the text at the end. And then they make something from this text. They change the structure, or, I mean, they have their own needs. while the text is being written. With this last novel, what I actually wanted to achieve, I think I told most of it, but yeah, I think that it's like always that I was searching for this particular point from which all of a sudden events that we know look differently. And I was writing last summer, after a long time, the play, theater piece about the war. And I thought how to approach this. And then I approached it through the sound, only through the sound. Different kinds of sound problems, from breaking a sound barrier to experiments, sound experiments, experimental music with the space, and what does, for example, the repetition of the same melody or the same sentence in one space after a long time, what this a sound will produce in the space, and then thinking about the war as a space that creates the space without walls, which is then the space without music, because music and sound, they need barriers to create something. And when there is no barriers, it's like in a universe, it's impossible. What happens is complete silence. And so, I mean, I think that whichever point, whichever perspective we use, and it can be really very radical one, if we continue to dig in it, we will all of a sudden, I mean, we will find ourselves in the place where we are now. We will not lose ourselves. We will not go into some kind of imaginary space. We will actually land up now and here. And I think, I mean, even if you write, I mean, now I write about the trees, actually, in Berlin. And even if you write about the trees, and having trees as witnesses of the last 100 years of Potsdamer Straße in Berlin, you will actually force yourself to witness so many atrocities and so many horrors. But you just start with the trees. And actually you can, you know, being in a body of the trees, like being in a body of the woman who must endure with its body, mostly because women, they have these kind of very typical roles in the wars, and they are used for that. They must endure all this stuff, what the trees must endure, you know, they must endure idiots climbing on them, they must endure somebody who will come with a knife and just, you know, just like engraved the name, and the tree will survive as the women survive throughout these situations. And sort of they have like this very specific way of coping with the violence and with the terror that the trees have. They stand there, they do not run away, they keep on giving shadow, they keep on giving oxygen, and I think this is very extremely, extremely subversive message to the situation of war.
Wow, thank you. You want to comment on that? Go on.
Not on that. I just had this very down-to-earth comment on writing in this kind of times, like mostly from the point of view of industry. That's something I really don't like, and something that really irritates me, because when the full-scale invasion started, like the huge, especially in Anglophone literature, like the huge demand appeared, and like for example, all the authors I know, like journalists, writers who have been a little bit connected to Ukraine, they were approached back in March 2022 to come up with like fiction piece, like on Ukrainian war. Like how can you like imagine like this? This is really like, for me it's really irritating, because like even from point of view of literature, it turns literature into copywriting. Like it's just like it stops being a literature piece, it becomes good or bad piece of copywriting or documentary or report or whatever, but it's not about work with the text anymore. So this is something that is really annoying, and yeah, like this, this, because we live in the world of quick content, and like literature already seems very slow. Like, come on, the book from 2010, it's old, it's outdated. I mean, for me, like, my classical philology education lets me chill about it, but still, it's this is really like, I don't know if it bothers you, but like I think it's.
Yeah, now you reminded me, because I already forgot, because I was much younger, and when we had the same situation, the authors, theater authors then, because I was at that point in the theater mostly, and the theater authors from the ex-Yugoslavia area, everybody was searching for this kind of Biljana Srbljanović plays only about the war. And actually, I never wrote for the theater play. I never wrote anything ever, not even now, connected to anything about the conflicts in ex-Yugoslavia, because I did not want to. I wrote about something else. And then with the first novel, actually, I sort of like, I gave my opinion about the things. But this was, I remember, and it was also among colleagues, they were all talking about, because it was like, the only thing that they wanted, that the market wanted to have from you is something, from this kind of war tourism. This is, it's wrong, but I used to call this, it's war tourism. It's like, you tell us something, just like, and we will just sit there and we will be voyeurs,
And as you said, like, if you write about trees, if you're a good writer, like writing about trees, you write about everything else, because everything is connected with everything. You write about war, you write about other things, but like, this direct like need, it's really like tiring, so to say.
That would be, I think, a topic for further discussion, moving then from the aesthetics to the linkages between literature and market and war, and of course a very topical theme. But for tonight, we have come to an end. Yeah, we already extended our time when we get a sign that the music's already playing outside, I suppose. So thank you once again very much to Ivana Saiko, to Haska Shean, to the audience, to the Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, to the Literaturhaus Leipzig. I was struggling to find a closing word for today, because the program announced us with words on optimism and hope. And but Katja Mischenko gave me a good idea, because she said we have to work in the sense of as coping with the war. And so I know now we moved a little bit away from love, but then my closing words would say we have to love as well as a strategy of resistance in times of war. And thank you very much to everyone.
Ja? Also ich bedanke mich ganz herzlich bei Ivana Saiko, bei Haska.
I would like to thank Ivana Saiko, Haska and Enrique Schmidt. Thank you very much. And we are going to sing about love. So let me invite you to join us for a concert. It will not be a reception, but a concert of Maya Fajolinka and her group. Thank you.